welcome you to Fight Night in Philadelphia as the TCL Team Boxing League playoffs roll on here in the city of brotherly love. 2300 Arena, the next stop on the quarterfinals tour tonight. It is a quarterfinals doubleheader in the TCL, beginning with the defending champs. Hi again, everybody. Welcome inside our Merit TV Sports Studios, along with Dave Bontempo. I'm Justin Shackle. We had one half of our semifinal bracket decided last week. We will have the other half decided by the end of tonight, Dave. And to start off, Philadelphia and Los Angeles. It's a chance for the Philadelphia Smoke to make a statement here as the defending champs to begin another postseason run.
Money time, attitude time for this Philadelphia team. Since the loss to Las Vegas a couple weeks ago, Philly has come back and dumped a couple opponents, including Nashville, which was trying to get into the playoffs. So this is a team on its highest momentum, and they've got guys, major veterans like Jesse Hart. They've got newcomers. This is a very deep team. So we're trying to see if that's going to happen for them. And for LA, miracle time for them to get in. A comeback for the ages when they got into the playoffs with a victory against Dallas a couple weeks ago, trailing by 7 going into the money rounds, and the improbable comeback occurred for them.
Yeah, they squeaked out the playoff clinching victory by 2 points against Dallas back on July 11th. Osvaldo Lopez picking up some valuable extra points. Of course, if you look at the final score, that was round 17. Round number 20, the start of, I guess, the money round trifecta right here, Dave.
Yes, because Moreno getting a 10-6 round as this occurred because of a penalty, and then a 10-7 against a 12-2 opponent. So this is what put LA into the lead, and when this team saw the finish line, they just kept on pumping. And the power aspect here is Vergara.
Rounds 20, 21, and 22, fueling a big-time LA comeback on this July 11th matchup. Final regular season showdown for them. They needed a win to clinch a playoff berth, and they did it. And here it is, round number 22. To complete that comeback, Juan Higuera laying down the lumber, and the cruiserweight will be in action for 2 rounds here tonight, including round number 20 in the money rounds. He gets his hand raised there. LA gets its hand raised as a team. They're in the postseason, and now you kind of not worry, but you wonder about the carryover from the regular season. What type of fuel will that carry LA into this matchup? Because as we saw last week with Las Vegas, things don't come easy in the postseason. Vegas looked pretty dominant at times in the regular season. Last week, they had a fight for their spot on the way to the semifinals.
And I got to tell you something about this LA team. That comeback, how big was it? Well, if you're trailing by 7 points going into the money rounds and you win 7 of the 8 fights with no knockouts, you still lose. So this was, to me, like the TCL equivalent of that Buffalo-Houston playoff game years ago. 35-3, Buffalo comes back from that, needed about 10 things to go right, and that all happened for LA. So I think the answer for that is early. We're going to see what type of a comeback and what kind of a carryover that means, because if they're blessed, they'll know early.
And meanwhile, for Philadelphia, the defending champs set to begin their postseason run. Like we mentioned, the number 2 seed, a 7-1 finish in the regular season. 1 loss over the last calendar year plus for this Philadelphia team as we take a look at what they were able to do in the regular season finale against Nashville. And the new Ray Robinson kind of should be just saying the same, because he has been a consistent presence for this Philadelphia.
And they did this against the Nashville team, which had swept the money rounds one time earlier in the season. So this was a very good team that Philadelphia was going up against, and their leader, the pace setter for their entire attitude, Jesse Hart, helped put an exclamation point on a big night.
That is the work being done against Nashville's William Langston. Picks up the knockdown. And Jesse Hart improving to 21-3 in his TCL career. There you see the TCL Team Boxing League playoff bracket. Phoenix and Vegas, they will meet up coming up in a couple of weeks. The latter half of the bracket will be decided by the end of the night. Philadelphia and LA. And then it is Boston and New York City directly to follow here from 2300 Arena in Philadelphia. There's a look at the launch round fight cards, rounds 1 through 8. It'll begin at 118 pounds, and it's time now for our round to watch, brought to you by Whiskey and Wealth Club. And Dave, we highlight round number 6, Jason Moreno, who's catching some fire here against the stable veteran in Albright for Philly.
Because of the fact that his knockout last time set the stage, put that team on top, really a terrific performance. So now the question is, can he carry that over? What about the personal effect for Jason Moreno doing that for the team in such a clutch situation? We'll find out.
Moreno has won 8 in a row. An 8-2 regular season for Jason Moreno. Let's go out to 2300 Arena and meet the third member of our broadcast crew. It is Amelia Moore. She is ringside. And Amelia, we talk about some of the rounds to watch. I tell you what, there is one fighter in particular with this Philadelphia Smoke squad that has a lot of people paying attention, and it's Rashida Ellis, because she is making her return tonight from a head gash against Vegas' Jamie Mitchell that kept her out of action in the latter weeks of the regular season. Tell us what is the latest on the status of Rashida as she makes her return to the ring.
Well, Justin, I was able to get up in the locker room and see my old teammate, Rashida Ellis. She's in amazing spirits. Her cut doesn't even look like it exists. I'm so glad that they gave it the extra time to be able to heal. And honestly, you know, everyone's like, do you think she's worried about what could happen? Do you think it could open back up? I honestly think that experience put her in a position to actually be way more dangerous as an athlete. She now has that pro sense, understanding that that distance, she's already such an amazing talent, and being able to add that on, I think that we're going to be very pleasantly surprised to see how she performs tonight. I mean, Lopez, which she's matched up against, is now 26-0, 26 wins throughout all 3 seasons that she's been with TCL. So seeing if Lizette can hold on to that against Rashida, and then Rashida just being super hungry coming in. And I just have to throw this out there that I kind of feel like this is an Ellis and a whole Ellis family kind of like legacy prodigy, because if Lizette doesn't win right now, Rashidi Ellis is right now at 23 wins between 2 seasons. So it's like, if he's going to win tonight, wins his rounds, he's going to keep stacking that up for those rounds to keep stacking. So if Rashida, his sister, can hold that down tonight, it's kind of like a family legacy thing coming through.
And Amelia, what do you think about the mindset of the LA team? They've overcome some injuries too, and they had that monster comeback. What is the mindset that you see of this team coming in here right now?
Absolutely. So I was talking with Coach Manny. He's up there. You know, he's such a seasoned coach. He has been on some of the biggest cards, of our generation, and the biggest scenes. And he just said, the team has to be hungry. He really doesn't feel like the pressure is on them. The pressure is on the home team. They're the ones who are 7-1. They're the defending champions. Philly has the pressure to be able to perform, which I think that coming in as the underdogs is such a powerful place to be. You have to want it. You got to come through every single round. It's a relay. This is a team sport. It's a relay. You got to finish your legs strong. So bell to bell. However, taking that pressure off, I feel is really, really, and he does too, feels that it's going to put them in a place where you can just perform your best and you can just get out there and do your thing, and you don't have that performance anxiety. So, I think we're going to see a really good fight from LA. They got to bring their game, though.
Keeping fresh, staying loose probably includes getting off to a successful start here in the launch rounds 1 through 8. Amelia, thanks so much. We look forward to talking to you as the launch rounds get underway from 2300 Arena. So you have the Philadelphia Smoke at 7-1. LA Elite at 4-4 to conclude the regular season. They meet up here with a trip to the semifinals on the line. The defending champs in their home city, trying to defend their turf and their standings here in the playoffs. We'll take a break and come back with more. Balance of Nature is a proud partner of TCL Team Boxing League. As a preferred customer, get 35% off your first set when you use code FIGHT. Go to balanceofnature.com or call today. We are ready to go for the ring walks. It's the Philadelphia Smoke and the Los Angeles Elite. Inside the ring at 2300 Arena we go with Ray Flores.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2300 Arena here in Philadelphia, PA. As the TCL Playoff Season 3 continue, we want to send a special thank you to Executive Director Ed Kunkel and the Pennsylvania Athletic Commission for hosting tonight's event. Also, a big thank you to our sponsors. Climax Moonshine, Fire number 32, known to bring the heat. Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of TCL. Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. Event Ticket Center, don't just watch it, experience it live with Event Ticket Center. Whiskey and Wealth, the #1 cask whiskey investment opportunity, and Dr. Phil's Merit TV. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the LA Elite.
It is a West Coast hotbed for the sweet science. The greater Los Angeles area, the city of LA. Just to start, a boatload of talent, and this roster littered up and down with natives of the LA area, led by Manny Robles. And it's been a regular season of attrition, having to overcome several injuries, fighting their way to get in position to potentially clinch a playoff berth in the regular season finale. Answering the call to do so back on July 11th, rallying against Dallas to pick up the 2-point win and position themselves here in the postseason. Now the latest and maybe tallest obstacle is going up against the defending champion Philadelphia Smoke for this LA squad.
But they've been facing the term must win for quite a while. And after a while, you start to embrace that. Hey, we're the underdogs. We have to do a little bit more. And they have glided each particular hurdle, done a little bit more. I'm really curious how they come off that high, off the comeback.
The head coach of the LA Elite is Manny Robles. Bantamweight Merari Vivar. Featherweight Carrillo Davidson. Featherweight Lopez. Lightweight Jose Pablo Rodriguez. Welterweight Damian Carrillo. Super welterweight Jason Moreno. Middleweight Gerardo Vergara. Heavyweight Scott Alexander. Featherweight Leanne Calderon. Lightweight Daniela Morales. Super lightweight Erica Sanchez. Welterweight Osvaldo Lopez. Super middleweight Raul Solomon. Light heavyweight Angel the Kid Lozano. And cruiserweight Juan Higuera. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the LA Elite. And now we bring to the arena from right here in Philadelphia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the reigning and defending TCL Season 2 champions, the Philadelphia Smoke.
Well, after Going 7-1 in the regular season. It is back to the playoffs for the Season 2 TCL champion Philadelphia Smoke. The lone blemish along their 2025 journey was an off night against the Las Vegas Hustle. A lot did not go the way for Philadelphia on that night. We mentioned Rashida Ellis' injury taking place at the very start of that big-time head-to-head matchup, but that lone loss is the only defeat since early April of 2024. So this team remains focused. They remain consistent with their roster, and it'll be exciting to see what the postseason has in store for the #2 seed.
And they bounced back angry after that loss to Las Vegas. 2 lopsided victories. They got Brittany Sims to start it off. The rich get richer. So this is a team that has responded to adversity the way championship teams do. And the only difference now is an off night means the off season.
The head coach of the Philadelphia Smoke is Bob Kane. Bantamweight, Brittany Sims. Featherweight, Rasheen Sugar Brown. Multi-time national champion and 2020 U.S. Olympian featherweight, Rashida Ellis. Lightweight, Francisco Cisco Kid Rodriguez. Welterweight, Isaiah Johnson. Super welterweight, Quadir C4 Albright. Middleweight, Paul the Punisher Kroll. Heavyweight, Concha Don't Blink Nathan. Multi-time national champion and 2024 U.S. Olympian featherweight, Sharamea Patricio. Current WBC USA Silver Super Lightweight Champion, Nahir Albright. Multi-time national champion and former Team USA member, Super Lightweight, Brianna Carrera. Welterweight, Hendry Cedeno. Super middleweight, the new Ray Robinson. Former USPA and the NABO Super Middleweight Champion, light heavyweight, Jesse Hollywood Hart. Cruiserweight champion and contender, Steve USS Cunningham. And heavyweight for Philadelphia, Joey the Tank DeVinco. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Philadelphia Smoke. And now we ask that you all rise, if you're able to, as we honor America with the singing of our national anthem being performed by the Philadelphia Smoke's own, the WBC USA Silver Super Lightweight Champion, Nahir Albright.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave?
singing of our national anthem. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to begin the launch rounds here between Philadelphia and Los Angeles. We begin the launch rounds at 118 pounds. For LA, it is Vivar. For Philadelphia, Brittany Sims.
And there you see Brittany Sims, the 34-year-old who stands at 5'3", Vivar, 24 years of age, East LA born and raised. Sims had her phone ring once Rashida Ellis was sidelined near the end of the regular season. Sims returned, went 4-0 in the rounds that she fought in, went 10-0 last season. She is a perfect 14-0 in her TCL career, and right away trying to make her presence known right in front of Vivar.
What a luxury when a fighter goes down and you can pick up somebody and right away dial up 4 more wins. And that has been a key focus of depth for this Philadelphia team. Sims, a very cool customer.
Overhand right lands by Brittany Sims, then comes inside with the 2-punch combo, led by a left uppercut, trying to assert her aggression against Vivar, who completed a 4-7 rookie season. She was stopped once during the regular season as well. And these are the things you have to look for, Dave, in a postseason matchup, because look, if you've proven yourself to be durable and not get stopped, not get put down, you become extra valuable for your team.
Yeah, because at 10-8, if you get knocked down, at 10-7, if you get knocked out, and also if you get knocked out, you can't fight later, so another victory is awarded. So therefore, part of the chess match aspect is, can you avoid getting dropped in fights where you don't come in favor? And that is what she is trying to accomplish here. And on the other side, you know, Sims is thinking power and going for the 10-8, 10-7.
Well, Vivar in a dangerous position right now. Her back lodged against the ropes. She had a couple of quality counters against Brittany Sims, but it's been Sims as the busier fighter here in round 1, the more accurate fighter as well.
Yeah, you can't touch her. And yet she's also had a double focus on boxing and power. That's a huge hook that she landed.
Yeah, from the left side. Good stab right hand to the body as well from Brittany Sims. And the work that she's put in, you always have to ask yourself, wait, you're telling me Philadelphia didn't have room for Brittany Sims prior to Ellis getting cut?
What an acquisition.
A good right hand counter from Vivar, but Sims just continues to plow through. Another left counter by Vivar. No effect on Brittany Sims, the 34-year-old, tough as nails, as she continues to let her hands go.
Yeah, and you know, the idea of the flurry is you still might get the referee to intervene on an 8 count. You get a 10-8 pickup there. Yeah, Vivar will have done well if she gets out of here, only losing 10-9.
Well, Brittany Sims dominating round number 1. And got a little bit of blood coming from the nose of Vivar as well.
And to that point here, she comes flurrying in. Now, you mentioned earlier about the durability. They're going to fight in the money rounds. So if this had resulted in a stoppage, it would have created a knockout victory and then a victory in the money rounds for Philadelphia. So Sims is dominant. Vivar, you got out of Dodge, only giving up 1. And it's a tough bout.
TCL fans, the winner of round 1 by unanimous decision from Philadelphia, Brittany Sims. Our next round is brought to you by Climax Moonshine, buyer number 32, known to bring the heat. At featherweight for LA, Carrillo Davidson. For Philadelphia, Rasheen Brown.
We move on to round number 2 at 126 pounds. Carrillo Davidson in his first TCL season taking on Rasheen Brown. There you see Davidson in the gold trunks, made his TCL debut 1 month ago 0-2. And Rasheed Brown, obviously, by far and away the most experienced opponent Davidson has ever faced here in the TCL and also in traditional boxing as well. Brown entering 12-2 this season and a winner of 5 in a row.
And if you're Davidson, you want to try to take away that comfort zone. The first thing you'll try to do here in this matchup is position for a lead right hand to go against this style and circle to your left to stay away from the power hand. That's all nice and tactically drawn out. The question then for him is, can he handle the speed and the pace of this fight?
Moving to the left, paramount for a fighter facing a southpaw. You want to stay away from that shot right there that narrowly missed by Rasheed Brown.
Yeah, and then there's all the subtleties, like you draw that up and then Brown takes a quick little shuffle step in the middle, like a half step.
Big left hand, thundering, coming straight away by Rasheed Brown. And Dave, I don't know if you saw it, but the foot placement by Brown was on point as well. Right foot right outside of Davidson's left foot.
Yeah, and moving enough so that, you know, he creates a different angle for Davidson to shoot at. Now you take a little bit of a step one way or another, and all of a sudden you've won the foot alignment, and you can set up for that big power shot down the middle.
If Brown is able to get that foot placement that deep in on Canario Davidson, it is going to be a long 90 seconds here in round number 2. And these two scheduled to meet up in the 17th as well later tonight.
And Davidson has a formidable task to try and get to a fighter who's also cut off the ring effectively and subtly against him. This is half of a ring, and it's all being dominated by Brown pushing Davidson back.
Close range right uppercut by Brown.
It's a click, and when you can't put a couple jabs in your opponent's face and you get him time to think about what the next level might be, it's disastrous.
We apologize for our audio difficulties here in round number 2. We're straightening that out. Brown continues to move well, gets out of dodge from that Davidson body jab. Davidson, 23 years of age, out of Montgomery, Alabama, hooking up with this Los Angeles squad.
And this is another example of two guys who we'll see later. And that's why this is big, whether it's 10-9 or more.
Davidson nearly lost his footing, and he was pushed down, according to the third man in the ring. Not a knockdown. And that was visible, Dave, but hey, you never know. Maybe the referee misses that call and rules it a knockdown. That's a big point swing. It happens.
Yeah, we've seen the borderline situations go and knockdowns get occurred. So here it is at the end of the round. Some heavy shots coming in. There's one good one that got in by Davidson, but there's a good shot that Brown is able to move back. Left hand here. LA gets that call.
The winner of round 2 by unanimous decision from Philly, Rasheed Brown. At featherweight for LA, it'll be Lopez. For Philadelphia, Rashida Ellis.
There you see Lizette Lopez, the 25-year-old southpaw out of Salinas, California. 25 wins in her TCL career. She's 8-4 this season. She's won 3 of her last 4 rounds, but she has never faced that woman right there, Rashida Ellis. And what type of test can Lopez give Ellis in Rashida's return to action? Again, 10-0, her first TCL season. She's been out since suffering a bad cut on a head clash with Vegas's Jamie Mitchell back on June 20th. And I don't even see any sign of a cut, Dave, do you?
No, she's come out of that okay. And that's anytime there's a butt there are all types of levels of discomfort that you'll have. So she got a good break in coming back this soon.
Amelia, when a fighter suffers a head gash or a busted nose even, and they're coming back, how much of it is on their mind?
Love that question, Dave and Justin. I mean, you got to think about the injury. Did you give it enough time to recover? And just, did you give yourself enough time in sparring to be able to bring that confidence back? And that's really what it's about, is just bringing that confidence back and building to be prepared to be in the ring so that there's nothing in the way but winning.
You know, we talk about the team aspect of this. LA needs to do something to get their corral going, because so far Philadelphia has been so dominant in these first two matches.
Already up to a 2-point edge over the first 2 rounds.
Even if it's a fight in which you lose, land the shot, something that brings your corral up, get your teammates cheering, because there is a lot of momentum and emotion that goes on in that corral with the team sport.
Most forceful punch of the round landed by Ellis moments ago. A right hand connecting. There you see the LA Corral as they watch this 126-pound matchup.
Yeah, they would like to get excited about something early, because they haven't even thrown a dirty look yet at Philadelphia because of the deep talent on this Philadelphia team. And then here's Lopez trying to come in and do something forceful, and that snake-like jab by Ellis is what's beating her.
Rashida signaling that Lizette Lopez just a step too slow in round 3.
We do have some good chest maneuvering going on here as Lopez is trying to get in, and Ellis is also trying to draw her in to land something on an angle or off the ropes.
And in turn, Ellis turning in some quality offense on the back foot. The left hand from Lizette Lopez.
You know, sometimes these athletes can make it look easy, but they're trying to go off their back foot, they're trying to time, and they're trying to score in real clock action inside the 3 minutes.
So did Rashida Ellis do enough in her return to the ring after a month-plus layoff, nursing a cut on her forehead?
But one thing that she did, which was really smart, is that did not lunge in. I think that's the first thing that can make you a little bit gun shy when you come back. Don't be lunging in, because this is possibly what got you hurt the last time. So you try to do it all from the outside and then build from there.
TCL fans, the winner of round 3 by unanimous decision, from Philly, Rashida Ellis. Our next round is brought to you by Balance of Nature, a proud house supplement partner of TCL. At 135 pounds for LA, it'll be Jose Pablo Rodriguez. He'll meet Philadelphia's Francisco Rodriguez.
So Philadelphia jumping out to a 3-point lead here in the launch rounds. 30-27 through 3 rounds. Francisco Rodriguez for Philadelphia in the purple trunks, and you have Jose Rodriguez in the gold trunks. As we begin round number 4, Daniel Morales, another impressive 135-pounder for Los Angeles, scheduled to get into action in round number 10 after an 8-4 regular season. He's standing by with Amelia Moore.
Hey everybody, we're down ringside with my guy Morales. Just in here, Morales, listen, I believe that you are one of the strongest body punchers in the league. You are so strong. People get in there with you and they don't know how to handle your power. How do you train for that, to be able to bring out that just animal in you?
And just training every day, you know, staying consistent every single day, you know, putting in the work, strength conditioning, you know, and just, I want it, you know, we'll go out there, have fun, you gotta want it, you know.
bring all the energy out. Speaking of energy right now, I know you guys are down by 3 rounds. Lizette, even though she just lost her last round, really put on a really good fight. That was a lot of energy. How do you guys pull up the energy being the away team? You guys are in the quarterfinals. What are you telling your teammates? What are you guys talking to each other about right now to bring that energy up for each other?
Man, we got to hype each other up. Right now it's quiet, you know, Phillies at home, you know, they're loud, they're yelling, so, you know, they're putting us down a little bit, but, you know, we got to get that spirit up and get it going. You know, all it takes is, just like last week, we fought Dallas. All it took was one fight, and we came back, and we started whooping, you know, so, you know, we got to do that the same right now.
Just getting back into the corral and saying, come on, guys, we got to start moving and hustling. But, I mean, you guys always do kind of come back in that second half. So looking forward to that and looking forward to your next round.
Yeah, I'm round number 10, so I'm looking forward to change the momentum, you know, get the team going, you know, start getting this W, go to the quarterfinals.
1,000%. Well, we'll see you out there. Justin, Dave, get us back in the ring.
Thank you so much, Amelia. And Dave, I love what Daniel Morales pretty much hinted at. He just takes a moment, and by a moment, it could be one flurry, maybe one big power punch that shifts the momentum and gets a corral going again.
Like Osvaldo Lopez in the fight with Dallas. 8 seconds into round 17, landed the big shot, and all of a sudden this team was on its way back. And I was alluding to that earlier about something about just getting the corral excited, something to light a match under everybody, and then, like in all team sports, it's contagious.
Francisco Rodriguez, part of this Philadelphia Spoke squad that won the Season 2 TCL Championship. He was a consistent presence in their lineup in 2024. Same story here in 2025. Good exchange between he and Jose, middle of the ring, as they close out round number 4 at 2300 Arena, leaving it in the middle of the ring. And it'll be Francisco Rodriguez with the last licks.
And both fighters indicating that their heads may have come together. Always dangerous because we've seen the layoffs that have happened from that.
Fast hands from the youngster, Francisco Rodriguez.
How big was that last flurry in the scoring?
Both fighters checking their foreheads like you mentioned. Hey, you good? I think I'm good. Okay. All right, we're good.
Be careful next time. It was you that leaned in, you know.
The winner of round 4 by unanimous decision, from Philadelphia, Francisco Rodriguez. At the end of 4, Philly leads LA 40-36. Round 5 will be contested in the welterweight division. Los Angeles will feature Damian Carrillo. He'll meet Philadelphia's Isaiah Johnson.
There is our events ticket center on deck as Philadelphia has built a 4-point lead 4 rounds in. So far, a clean sweep for the defending champs. And here it's Isaiah Johnson taking the baton. There you see the 147-pounder in the purple trunks. Made his TCL return in mid-May for Philly. Went 6-1 down the stretch. Now 19-2 in his TCL career. So he's going for career win number 20. Here in the quarterfinals against Damian Carrillo, a fighter with just 3 TCL bouts under his belt.
And you look at this Philadelphia team up and down, and then you say, how are they so deep and how are they so consistent? Their grasp of fundamentals has been exquisite all the way in that lineup. Coming out the jabs first, knowing that you have to be active. We don't see any fighters trying to buy time, take time off, get in, get out, get a receipt. If you don't get your point, well, reload and try to get it for the next time. Remember that you're fighting against the clock and just trying to be a little bit better than your opponent. That has seemed to be a team-wide concept sweeping over the squad.
Both fighters from their respective team cities. So they are fighting for their hometowns with the trunks they put on. Carrillo from Linwood, California, just 21 years of age. Johnson, just 22. Philly born and bred.
So a cute little move there by Johnson as he tried to go to the right and try to fire a punch from an unusual angle. And when it didn't land, he had the presence of mind to tie up, okay? That's nothing there. We'll try to reset and do it again rather than lead to bigger trouble.
Beautiful right hand from Isaiah Johnson. Quick counter by the 22-year-old. About a minute to go in round number 5. With Damian Carrillo, Dave, I would say there hasn't been a whole lot of punching with conviction.
No, and what he's done, he's frozen by that jab hand of Johnson. He's always reacting to what that is. It always makes him reset. Even if Johnson doesn't land, it makes you reset, especially if you get a second one in there. And look at the speed here by Johnson. So you're happy that you avoided the shot, but then you've got to reload. Now, Carrillo has landed a couple nice counters, but they have been isolated.
Seconds winding down in round number 5 between Isaiah Johnson and Damian Carrillo here at 147 pounds. Philadelphia trying to increase its early lead.
So I'd say Carrillo did a nice job defensively, but only about 3 or 4 strong punches got in, and they were right-hand counters. So question will be whether that's enough. Gets cut off here, but he's trying to key off the jab hand of Johnson. And there he tried to get out, but he was too far on the outside to get that shot in. So there was a lot of interesting back and forth between the fighters here that did not lead to direct punches.
TCL wins the winner of round 5 by unanimous decision. From Philly, Isaiah Johnson. Our next round is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. Round 6 at super welterweight. For Los Angeles, Jason Moreno. For Philadelphia, Quadir Albright.
There you see Quadir Albright, the 25-year-old welterweight for the Philadelphia Smoke, gone 10-10 in his TCL career. Went 4-6 in the regular season. And this is the first time that he and Jason Moreno will face one another in the ring. Moreno, 24 years of age. He stands at 5 feet 10 inches. And this is a situation where we look at this round, a big one to watch in the launch rounds, but Jason Moreno is East Coast born and bred. He was born in Newark, New Jersey. He actually lives in Philadelphia, so he's hooked on with Los Angeles, and he's trying to get his team on the board here in his hometown.
And he's got to be thinking power. This is the team that has done very little so far in getting shots home, and he was the guy that had one of the big knockouts for Los Angeles in that monumental Dallas comeback. And at some point, you've got to think in that corral, and you're watching these points disappear, you're a possible power guy, you have to be thinking I'm loading up power for Moreno.
Moreno charges forward with a right hand that found the chin of Albright. And Moreno, as Dave mentioned, picking up some momentum against Dallas. He's just done it plain and simple after starting his regular season 0-2. He's won 8 in a row.
And a certain mindset comes with that. And when you then add a knockout for your team in a must-playoff situation, you can get to believe that you're a leader of this team and that they're going to try and depend on you, and you demand more of yourself.
Moreno switched to southpaw moments ago.
We've seen him do some occasional good work on the southpaw end. I would tend to think of him more as a guy squaring up a little bit and showing you a different side.
Can Moreno show enough here in the final 60 seconds of the 6th to give LA its first round win of the night?
And that's why this particular match is big within the segment of this entire contest. This is one of their big guys from last time. They don't have any wins. This is somebody you're counting on, maybe for a 10-8, but for at least a 10-9. So if you're Los Angeles, this is the fight that you have to get on the board.
Moreno right hand.
And at least as far as the performance is concerned, Moreno has answered that call in his attempt.
You want to see a complete 3 rounds from both fighters. And we'll see how the judges score round number 6. Moreno and Albright, they have a date with one another in round number 22.
So Moreno, in a sense, fighting for desperation for his team, lands a nice right hand on the outside and was initiating quite a few exchanges. And that's a message that should come into the LA Corral. You have to get off first against this team and take your chances that way.
Fight fans, the winner of round 6 by unanimous decision. From the LA Elite, Jason Moreno. Hey, fight fans, TCL will be returning right here to the 2300 Arena in Philadelphia for semifinal playoff action on Friday, August 15th. Get your tickets now at 2300arena.com. Round 7 will be at middleweight for LA, Gerardo Vergara. For Philly, Paul Kroll.
So perhaps as Jason Moreno walked back to his corral, that is something that he conveyed to his teammates. Be first.
They needed that. They really needed that. So that's very good for LA. Ace of their staff so far tonight has come up with a win, and let's see if that carries over for them stylistically.
Now round 7 between Gerardo Vergara and Paul Kroll. 2 fighters at 160 pounds. Vergara in the gold trunks. Paul Kroll in Philly's purple trunks. 29 years of age. Out of the city of brotherly love. Finished his first TCL regular season at 5-7. He's won 3 in a row. But Vergara impressing a whole lot in his first TCL season. Currently 8-6 with 2 KOs.
And 1 occurred in his last matchup against Dallas. So that is something that you carry over.
Left hand. Finding a home for Gerardo Vergara.
And I think there's something that boils over into your next matchup. If you've managed to stop somebody, you're saying, you know what, I found what it is. I found what I'm doing. This is what I have to do a little bit more of. I'm trying this the next time. And basically what we've seen from him in some of those recent fights is he gets close enough and then lets his hands go on the inside, as opposed to being, hesitating. He's confident to let it go.
Right hand lands from Kroll moments ago. As you take a look at the Philly Corral, there was a punch, Dave, from Vergara maybe about 20 seconds ago where it was a beautiful rangefinder. A left hand fully extended, and like you were talking about, finding his timing, finding that range, and picking up the punches with maybe more power as the round goes on. I wonder if that will serve him well. But in the meantime, feels like it's Kroll who is picking up the activity. But there's that left hand again from Vergara.
It gets him into position, but what will determine his fate in this outcome is when you get together, those flurries, that's what he's been showing. You see the aggression that he has there. So it's a matter of comfort. It's a matter of balancing it and then letting your hands go. Much easier said than done, because we can say here this is what he should be doing, but he has to be able to find it in there.
The left hand has come in from multiple angles for Vergara, including right down the pike. He knocks Kroll down in the 7th.
Newfound power, and there he tries it out here and brings his team right back into it.
5 seconds to go. Extra points already on the table for Vergara. And he'll come away with a 10-8 round. And how about this type of response for LA over the last 6 minutes?
Just as we were talking about the spark they needed, and they got it from their big guys from the last time. Moreno and then Vergara, that's their biggest punch of the fight. And that can bring them down to within 2 after they've had a very slow start. And that's the confidence I'm talking about. When you stop somebody, you come in and just by inclination, let your hands go.
Fight fans, the winner of round 7 via 10-8 round. From LA, Gerardo Vergara. Our final launch round is brought to you by Event Ticket Center. Don't just watch it, experience it live with Event Ticket Center. Round 8 at heavyweight for LA, Scott Alexander. For Philadelphia, Concha Nathan.
Well, at the end of round 5, it was a 5-point Philadelphia cushion. They go into round 8 up by just 2 after big wins by Jason Moreno and then extra points for Gerardo Vergara. Here we go at heavyweight. Scott Alexander in his first of 2 scheduled rounds for Los Angeles. You see him in the gold trunks against Concha Nathan, the veteran heavyweight for Philadelphia. And Dave, we have ourselves a quarterfinals matchup now. LA has woken up.
The big players have to come up in big situations, as the 2 fighters for LA have done. Just as at the top of the card, the Philly fighters performed as expected. So the big players are doing big deeds as we now look at the big guys.
Scott Alexander, such an interesting case for Los Angeles. He competed in 2 fights in the league on one night back in season 1, 2023. As Concha Nathan gets his attention here along the ropes, he lost both rounds to Skylar Lacey and Michael the Bounty Hunter. And then he resurfaced June 27th, about a month ago. Picked up a win over Brandon Glanton. Now he's in for 2 rounds here against Nathan and Philly's Joey DeVaco. But right now, it feels like Alexander is the defensive fighter about a minute in.
Well, you keep yourself active, you keep yourself busy, and then you get the call, and then you go in there and do your best.
Stiff left hand by Alexander.
One reason it is critical for LA to stay close throughout this part of the fight is that Hart and Cunningham for Philadelphia come up later in the middle and money rounds, and some of their best fighters are down there ready to come out twice. So it was very good for LA to get those points to stay in this.
Oh, Concha Nathan may have hurt Alexander here. Some of those punches landing between the guard, and it's all over. Concha Nathan with a stoppage to close out the launch rounds.
And that's how momentum goes right back.
Not only that, he just ended the night for his teammate Joey DeVaco. He's not going to have an opponent in round number 16. Alexander wiped out tonight.
Wow, so there's basically what would come out a 4-point swing, at least, depending on how they do the scoring. And this is all in the front, good power, clubbing shots, and the big guy hits you a couple times, maintaining the leverage. See how he steps back and then creates punching room and give the referee a perfect opportunity to stop it. Watch him step back, get some more room. Don't smother yourself. That was a veteran move here by Nathan, and keeping himself planted, sitting down, and getting the most on all of that. Boy, that's how you answer 2 losses in a row.
I think Conja Nathan's getting a free dinner from Joey DeVaco later.
Wow.
Fight fans, the winner of round 8 by stoppage, 10-7, Philadelphia's Conja Nathan. That'll conclude our launch rounds, as the middle rounds are on the way.
Well, Philadelphia dropping rounds number 6 and round number 7. What do they do to answer back? A stoppage victory, a KO by the heavyweight Conja Nathan. Coming up big in the launch rounds. 5-point edge for Philadelphia. The defending champs will look to add to more as the middle rounds come up next from 2300 Arena. Team Boxing League is brought to you by Event Ticket Center. Don't just watch it, experience it live with Events Ticket Center. Tickets to the best seats in the house to all of your TCL Team Boxing League is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. Just outside the Philadelphia Art Museum, Rocky Balboa raising his hands. I bet the Mick loved that last sequence from Conja Nathan, huh? Big stoppage to close out the launch rounds, and Philadelphia has itself a 77-72 lead over Los Angeles. As we welcome you back inside our Merit TV Sports studios. Dave Bontempo, Justin Shackle with you. Just when we thought Philadelphia may be a little bit vulnerable, their heavyweight delivers arguably one of the biggest sequences of his TCL career. Conja Nathan coming up big in round 8.
And that's how you go over 10-8 right to 10-7. We always talk about 10-8 is for a knockdown, 10-7 for the stoppage. You can obliterate the 10-8 if you go right to the stoppage, which he did. So as a result, we've had 3 scenarios inside of 8 fights. We had Philly threatening to run and hide. We had LA getting right back into it on the brink. And then we had Philly pulling away again. That's 3 nice scenarios inside of just 8 fights.
So a 5-point cushion for Philadelphia. Let's take a look at the launch round highlights. They're presented to you by the Balance of Nature. Let's go back to the very first round, round number 1, because Brittany Sims, who might only be in the building tonight because of the cut suffered by Rashida Ellis back on June 20th. This was the leadoff hitter, and she's certainly the table setter for Philly.
And she's saying, you're not going to take me out of this building now that I'm coming here and staying undefeated after I came onto this team.
And then here in round number 7, Gerardo Vergara, big power puncher, picks up his 3rd stoppage in the TCL. And at that moment, you thought, okay, LA has a big chance here.
That was their high water mark of that entire matchup and got them right back into the match. Only 2 points down, but that would not last.
Yes, Conja Nathan coming up huge, taking out Scott Alexander, and as a result, Alexander's done for the night. He had been scheduled for round 16 here in the middle round fight card, as you see it right there. So round number 16 is scratched. We take a look at our Whiskey and Wealth Club round to watch, though, and there's a good one. Round number 13, 2 quality fighters, evenly matched. I like this one. Ray Robinson and Raul Solomon for Los Angeles. What about you?
2 hot fighters, and the new Ray Robinson, or like we say, is it the old Ray Robinson, because he's been off to a lot of tricks. And that's a good matchup, coming in there right in the middle, and we'll see if that's a key point in the fight for Los Angeles. Solomon has been one of the most consistent performers.
Yeah, Robinson's won 4 straight entering the postseason. What type of momentum will he be able to bring against Raul Solomon? Let's go back inside 2300 Arena, get the middle round started. Here is Ray Flores.
Fight fans, it is time to begin the middle rounds here at the 2300 Arena. At featherweight for LA, we have Liana Calderon. For Philadelphia, Sharamea Patricio.
There's Liana Calderon, who completed the regular season as a member of the San Antonio Snipers, joining LA for the postseason. Sharamea Patricio, who filled out that leadoff spot in round number 1 so beautifully throughout the regular season. And still, they're obviously going to find a way for her to be in the lineup despite the presence of Brittany Sims. These are all champagne problems for Bob Kane to have, the Philly head coach.
Amen. You take your leadoff hitter, make her down to either number 2 or start off a different segment as you're doing here. And this has been a great luxury for Philadelphia. Good stockpile of fighters.
Patricio, 14-2 in her TCL career, went 9-1 in the regular season. Calderon, meanwhile, in her second TCL season, she's never faced Patricio, who has a 2-inch height advantage over Calderon, the native of Austin, Texas.
And this should be a pleasing battle of walk-in sluggers. They both have succeeded by being aggressive, and so it's not easy to shift all of a sudden in a playoff match. Being aggressive is what got you here. Being a straight-ahead stalker is what got you here. So you suspect that that's what they'll try to do.
Calderon trying to make her way inside, the double jab. And right there, right uppercut from Patricio meets her on the way in.
She had that jab timed perfectly.
The 22-year-old Hawaiian, a standout amateur for Team USA, Olympic team trialist back in 2024. Patricio, for the long haul, has been one of the strongest fighters pound for pound for this Philadelphia roster.
She has found a home for that right hand early on in this contest.
There it is again, Dave.
Yeah, she is really accurate with that. A lot of power and excellent leverage coming through her hips.
Dave, just looking at the demeanor of Calderon, that right hand that we were just talking about, I think that took a lot out of the San Marcos, Texas native.
Yes, that sent a very painful message. Like, I'm coming and there could be more. She's loading up and Calderon is like drifting back for sanctuary. And so this is opportunity for Philadelphia. You have to give Patricio a lot of credit. This right-hand barrage started as a counter-punching mechanism over the jab, and now she's just wading in and finding a spot for her big shots.
Beautiful body work. 3-punch combo, 2 landing downstairs by Sharamea Patricio.
And that's the effect of that right hand. You're so paranoid about it that you want to key against that. It opens up everything.
And the left hand coming alive now for Patricio. The left hand bringing back Calderon. And what an impressive performance in round number 9 for Sharamea Patricio.
Well, she's been a stalwart for this team and continues. This is a dominant performance for her. Talked about those right hands. Here's one for you right over the top. One of many, and then the left hook gets in behind it. Excellent leverage, and by maintaining that balance, she's able to get a lot of power on both hands.
TCL wins the winner of round 9 by unanimous decision. From Philadelphia, Sharamea Patricio. Our next one is brought to you by Climax Moonshine, fire number 32, known to bring the heat. At lightweight for LA, it'll be Daniel Morales. For Philadelphia, Nahir Albright.
So after going into round 8, trailing by just 2, Los Angeles enters round number 10, trailing by 6. And here we go at lightweight. Daniel Morales, who you heard earlier with Amelia Moore, and Nahir Albright, who's had a heck of a spring and summer in 2025. 7-0 on the season here in the TCL. Began the year 5-0, then broke off from the team to go through training camp and prepare for an early June fight in which he was able to beat Calvin Davis back on June 7th in Davis's backyard of Norfolk, Virginia. He came back, won his last 3 fights, and now he's in for 2 rounds here. And oh yeah, he sang the national anthem before.
And since we're analyzing him, it was his best performance in the high notes all year. It was a playoff type of an anthem for Pipes Albright.
What do you think takes Pipes longer to warm up? The boxing or singing for the anthem?
I'll tell you what, the way he hit those notes in the anthem, I think he put a lot into that one.
Morales finished the regular season at 8-4. 2-punch combo lunged in by Nahir Albright. Morales with some momentum. He's a winner in 4 of his last 5 rounds.
He talked about those body shots in the interview, so let's see if he's able to crank that up.
You give him credit. This is a young 21-year-old southpaw out of Southern California. And it sounded like he knew exactly from a team concept what was needed in those early rounds with Corral and his teammates. And I'm not saying it was a correlation. You wonder if that's going to be ruled a knockdown or not. No, they'll fight on. But it just so happened that they caught some fire and momentum in terms of LA after we heard from Moreno.
You have to talk it up in there with your teammates. Line up. Who's fighting next? Get ready. Everybody get into a cohesive idea, and then if you get a knockdown or a nice win, that you know, puts it up there even more. That's part of the emotion that goes into it.
Morales showing off the footwork moments ago. Good close range right hook by Nahir Albright.
And it is interesting if a guy has a trademark body shot attack. You know, there's no such thing as a wasted body shot, but in short one-round fights, you may or may not get credit for it. So do you stick with what brought you? Do you try to change a little bit to get something? But either way, he's had a handful with Albright, and he's been pretty active himself.
That was a good round between Morales and Albright. If we end up tied after the 24 rounds, Albright and Morales will match up in round number 25. You can take a look at some of the action here.
So we got some good headshots here by Morales. Not as many of the body shots as he was alluding to with Amelia. So let's see how all of that plays in to how this is scored.
The winner of round 10 by unanimous decision from Philly, Nahir Albright. Our next round is brought to you by Whiskey and Wealth, the #1 cask whiskey investment opportunity. Round 11 will be at super lightweight. For LA, Erica Sanchez. For Philly, Brianna Carrera.
And here we go with the focus now on super lightweight. Women at 140 pounds here in the TCL. It is a premium weight class and division. And here we go with Erica Sanchez and Brianna Carrera. Another premium talent, Rashida Ellis, picking up a victory in her return to the ring earlier in the launch round. She's standing by with Amelia Moore.
Hey everybody, I'm here with my teammate, Rashida Ellis. I guess we're still teammates. Always. Get over it, you got me for life.
Exactly, for real.
So everybody wants to know, you have to fill everybody in. You got cut. That was a pretty nasty gash. You let it heal. How do you feel in the ring? Was there any type of hesitation, or you just were like, don't worry about it, I've got this?
Honestly, I'm just making sure like these females don't get close to me. I'm just outboxing them because I don't want nobody hit me, nobody headbutting me. I'm all set with that. So I'm gonna outbox them, and you've seen a little bit today. So I'm going back in the 23rd round, and I'm gonna box it a little bit more. You're gonna see. I'm just getting warmed up.
And that's exactly what I said. I was like, everyone, you know, is this going to hurt her confidence, yada, yada. And I said, you know what? Rashida's so intelligent as a fighter. Your IQ's so high. If anything, this injury actually made you more dangerous.
It did. It did, exactly. I'm like, oh, I'm boxing these bitches out.
Don't swear.
I'm outboxing them because I got the reach. I'm going to just use my reach.
Absolutely. With those long Ellis arms we all know about.
Watch. I'm boop, 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 boop.
Well, we'll see you in your next round. Amazing. I'm glad you're healed up. I'm glad your team's dominating right now. So any thoughts for the team before you go back to getting focused?
No, we just got to fight our own fight. That's it. And that's what we're doing right now. So you seeing us dominating them, and that's it.
Absolutely. The Philly squad itself, you guys are fully stacked with a really strong female team. So, yep, you're just watching everybody just do their thing. So thanks again for chatting with me.
Thanks, buddy.
Get us back in the ring.
Thanks so much, Amelia. She makes a good point there, Dave, and we were alluding to it earlier, especially at the lighter weight divisions for Philadelphia, but top to bottom, I mean, Philadelphia has as quality talent with the women as any team in TCL.
Yeah, and the fact that you could add a Brittany Sims after the loss to Las Vegas made them even more dangerous. And she followed up on something we talked about when you come out of an injury. A little bit more of a scientific approach from the outside. She said, I'm going to use my arms. I'm going to box these people. Don't take a chance on the lunging in. That's a natural reaction your first fight back, and she was able to take that and parlay it to a triumph.
Here with 10 seconds to go in round number 11, LA's Erica Sanchez with some quality connects over Brianna Carrera. And we'll see if this performance is enough to get Los Angeles on the board here in the middle rounds.
Well, she fought in accordance with her reputation, did Sanchez. She's a straight-ahead, aggressive type fighter, and that's how she waged this. Trying to overcome a height and reach disadvantage.
The winner of round 11 by unanimous decision from Philadelphia, Brianna Carrera. Our next round is brought to you by Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of TCL. Round 12 at welterweight for LA, Osvaldo Lopez. For Philly, Andrea Cedeno.
Well, Brianna Carrera coming away with unanimous decision win. And those two will square off in round number 18, so a bit of a surprise there. Now to round 12. Two welterweights going at it. Hendry Cedeno there on your screen in the purple trunks against Osvaldo Lopez. We perhaps had the tide-turning moment in LA's victory over Dallas. Their rally back on July 11th. Made his TCL debut a month ago.
Yeah, that was one of the punches of the year. That bomb that landed 8 seconds into round 17 and created the knockdown, and then he was able to go get more for a 10-7, and that brought that LA team spirit all the way back. So that they could use something like that again.
Philadelphia currently leading by 8 in the overall team score. Trip to the semifinals in the TCL postseason on the line. Winner here will meet the winner of our next matchup coming up later this evening. New York City and Boston going at it.
Now, if you're Lopez, you landed the big right hand last time. You might be looking for that, seeing if you can work your way into an opening. And what he's trying to do is get Cedeno to move straight back into the path of that right hand. If he's not able to do that, it's a tough night for him. He's facing, these are sharp, snake-like jabs by Cedeno.
But not only that, he throws them and then moves the head so fast.
Yeah, blinding speed, and it makes you reset for everything. And then we're seeing some of that confusion here because for Lopez, he went southpaw for a second. How do I adjust to this adjustment? Oh, he just missed with that right hand.
That left hook curling around from Henry Cedeno. 4-3 this season, 16-4 lifetime in his TCL career.
He kind of pops you when he's moving the other way. Kind of what makes Cedeno tough. So when they talk about, well, he wanted to get into a brawl with this guy and stop him, but he wouldn't cooperate. Well, that's what Lopez has been finding, that stylistically, Cedeno hasn't cooperated because he's been elusive.
Sticking and moving. That's been the name of the game for Henry Cedeno here in round number 12.
He'll spend the next hour looking for this guy. He was right in front of me, I swear. But that's what happens when somebody can utilize the speed and footwork. They can negate your power. Hit and not get hit. That's what Cedeno seemed to master in this one.
Could Philly be on its way to a 5th straight round win?
The winner of round 12 by unanimous decision from Philadelphia, Henry Cedeno.
This is a team that stockpiled 5 victories in the launch rounds and 5 straight in the middle rounds.
Coming up, round of 13 will feature super middleweights for LA, Raul Solomon. For Philadelphia, the new Ray Robinson.
Here we go with Raul Solomon, Ray Robinson, round 13, our round to watch in the middle round portion of tonight's matchup between Philadelphia and Los Angeles. Currently a 9-point lead for the defending champs in the Philadelphia Smoke. And for Ray Robinson, one of the streakier performers in this league in 2025. 8-8 in the regular season. He had dropped 8 of 9 rounds and 5 in a row at one point. Now he's reeled off 4 straight wins going into the playoffs. And for Solomon, a 5-6 mark this season. He's lost 6 of his last 7. But in his career, Dave, he's 10 wins over 500. He's 16-6.
So different years, different things work for you. And so this matchup, which is around to watch, these are the chameleons. The guys that will rise to a level and they will drop to a level. Momentum is part of training. It's part of getting a few things in order. And when you look at guys whose records go up and down, you can probably see a lot of things that accompanied that. Could be some very tough matchups, could be some time away from the gym. And to follow that idea all the way out, we should, between them, see each guy get some moments to celebrate.
fighters in their second seasons in the TCL. They have never faced one another. There's a 13-year age gap. Robinson about to turn 40 against the 26-year-old Mexican-American out of Long Beach.
And if you're Solomon, 2nd and 8 from the 42, you're hoping that you can get this older fighter to move his legs, push the age difference.
Things getting extremely physical here in the mid to late portions of this 13th round.
Well, Robinson finds Solomon finding something that works.
Yeah, I think a right hand worked for Solomon a moment ago. Robinson fighting back though.
He's trying to parlay it, and Robinson trying to score effectively off the ropes. This could be LA's best chance for a call in the middle rounds, even though the new Ray Robinson doesn't think so.
Well, these two are ticketed for the 24th round. Wouldn't mind to see that. Another 3 minutes between these two. Pretty physical. Tension's a little bit high.
TCL fans, the winner of round 13 via split decision from Philadelphia, the new Ray Robinson. Our next round, TCL will be returning to the 2300 arena here in Philadelphia for semi-final playoff action on Friday, August 15th. Get your tickets now at 2300arena.com. Round 14 at light heavyweight for LA. It'll be Angel the Kid Lozano. For Philadelphia, Jesse Hollywood Hart.
So Ray Robinson makes it 6 straight wins for the Philadelphia Smoke. Here we go, round 14. Jesse Hart, first appearance for him here in the quarterfinals against Angel Lozano.
Talked about one thing that makes Philly a dangerous team. They're off to a big lead, and now you've got Hart and Cunningham back-to-back, and they would have had DeWaco, but that fight has now been short-circuited. Philly already has a win there.
Hey, Joey DeWaco's had his feet kicked up since round number 8 when he watched his teammate Conja Nathan take out his scheduled opponent, Scott Alexander. Here, though, Jesse Hart, the leader of this Philadelphia Smoke squad, career 21-3 TCL fighter, went 13-2 in the regular season. Feels like he just knows exactly what to do in any position in the ring.
Well, he's been in many 12th rounds in his pro career, been a top contender, and you know, every fight, what's on him now is the attitude moniker on him. He is the leader of this team. He is the fighter they all look to. What he's going to say, what example he is going to set. And for him, this is such a natural slide and glide.
When you looked at this matchup on paper, you would have said, when we got to round 14, you know, Angel Lozano does something very well, and that is display durability, because you see his record on the left side of your screen. He has 6-9 this season. In his TCL career, he's never recorded a stoppage, but he's also never gone down. And you were hoping that this was a much closer head-to-head matchup here, where you could say to yourself, all right, Lozano is going to be a tough out for Jesse Hart, in the sense that he likely isn't going to go down. He's only going to cost the team a single point. But that's not the case here, as the lead is widened to 10.
No, and when the coaching decisions go exactly into that, like, okay, we have to stack up and see how that's going to work out. And we're going to see a lot of that in our next fight because Boston, they are not a knockout team. They are a point-by-point, peck team. So one knockout is monumental. It goes to the points where the coaches are lining up certain people, can we get out of it? Or certain fighters, we need the knockouts like LA got to get themselves back into it earlier.
LA with a steep hill to climb here over the final 10 rounds. And Jesse Hart showing why he has been one of the more decorated fighters in TCL Team Boxing League the last 2 seasons. And as Dave mentioned, Boston and New York coming up after Philadelphia and Los Angeles tonight.
And this is just all natural stuff for Hollywood Hart. He can try to go for the power or just outpoint his opponent. And he made this look easy tonight.
TCL fans, the winner of round 14 by unanimous decision. From Philadelphia, Jesse Hollywood Hart. Our next round is brought to you by Event Ticket Center. Don't just watch it, experience it live with Event Ticket Center. Round 15 of the middle rounds will feature cruiserweights. For LA, Juan Higuera. For Philadelphia, Steve USS Cunningham.
7 consecutive rounds won by Philadelphia. There you see Steve Cunningham, 5-0 in his first TCL season. 49 years young. Stands at 6'3". Higuera, meanwhile, capping the terrific rally back against Ellis on July 11th. 7-3 with 3 stoppages since debuting in early May.
He really helped out his team in that one. And USS Cunningham, a former world champion. Yeah, what type of experience to bring into the ring. And what a good strength it is for Philadelphia to have him, that they can put him deep into the middle rounds and then also deep in the money rounds where they'll need it.
Blistering left hook thrown by Higuera. Cunningham, the former cruiserweight world champion. In the ring with a fighter who's won 6 in a row. Feels like the momentum continues to build for Juan Higuera.
And there's a lot that could be personally on the line, too. There's the All-Star Bash on the finals night. If your team is not there, you could be selected as an All-Star. There's always somebody evaluating you, and there is always some rung that you can step up above where you are now if you perform well.
Close range uppercut landing by Cunningham. Higuera answering back. It's been a good 2025 for Higuera. A winning mark in the TCL regular season. Showing off the power as well with the stoppages. Has a 7-1 mark in regular boxing. Starting in a couple of months, he's going to be fighting for another mouth to feed. He and his wife Lorraine are set to welcome their first child in September.
It's been a good fast-paced round. Each fighter trying to go to their bread and butter. It's the jab and the looping right hand by Cunningham. And it's been the in-close action for Higuera.
Final 25 seconds to go. Left hand landed moments ago by Juan Higuera. Both cruiserweights have had their moments inside these last 3 minutes. If you're Cunningham, you don't want to be the one that drops the torch here. Again, 7 rounds in a row won by Philadelphia.
Because you know they'll be walking around tonight. We won all the middle rounds. Did we lose one? Oh, who lost that one on us? Steve Cunningham wants to say, not me, as he lands the good right hand. We saw Philly develop a streak, 14 in a row in another fight this year. So when this team gets on a roll, it's a freight train type of a roll.
Fight fans, the winner of round 15 by unanimous decision. From Philadelphia, Steve USS Cunningham. Round 16 is awarded to Joey DeVaco of Philadelphia, 10-9, due to Scott Alexander being unable to continue. Fight fans, that'll conclude the middle rounds with your score: Philadelphia 157, LA 144.
It is a clean sweep in the middle rounds for the defending champs, the Philadelphia Smoke. They've won 9 straight rounds, going back to round number 8 at 2300 Arena. Coming in at 7-1. Philadelphia competing as if it has a whole lot of chip on its shoulder. 157-144 as we head to the money rounds next. Team Boxing League is brought to you by Events Ticket Center. Don't just watch it, experience it live with Events Ticket Center. Tickets to the best seats in the house to all of your favorite events. Fans, visit a TCL Team Boxing League event in person. Just scan the QR code on your screen and purchase tickets to our next location. We are close to crowning a winner in Season 3 of TCL Team Boxing League at Mega Brawl 3. On August 15th, we return to 2300 Arena in Philadelphia for an action-packed doubleheader of semifinals. On the line, it's who will move on to the championship and who will go home. The semifinals just around the corner. Get your tickets today. We are closing in on the money rounds in Philadelphia. We talk about Philadelphia right now in a position to head to the semifinals. We already know of 2 teams that will compete against one another in the semifinals. Amelia Moore, that is Las Vegas and Phoenix, both winners last week in their quarterfinal matchups, and they will make up one half of the semifinal bracket coming up in a couple of weeks in Philadelphia. I understand you had a chance to catch up with members from both teams leading up to that semifinal matchup.
Absolutely did. I got to get a little bit of the inside scoop. Don't go anywhere to the fight fans. Right after Philly and LA conclude, there's going to be a special segment. We had an opportunity to talk with both head coach Sonny Gutierrez and David Hayes of Vegas and Phoenix Fury. Got the inside scoop, got to talk to them about leading into the semifinal battle that they're about to go into. And also a little info on where exactly the Phoenix Fury masks came from and how that came about. So make sure you stay tuned in and don't leave your televisions for that sneak preview. Back to you, Justin.
Thank you so much, Amelia. We look forward to hearing that because we both know that those two coaches, they can jab, they can dish, they can have the smack talk their way for sure. So that's coming up between these two matchups at the conclusion of this one, Philadelphia and Los Angeles, and ahead of Boston and New York City. But Philadelphia way ahead of Los Angeles. A middle round sweep, Dave. Very impressive.
Wipe out for this team. Excellent performance. 8 in a row, plus the one that set up the end of the launch rounds. And this is the type of performance you might expect from a championship team. This is the third straight team that they are wiping out. You know, after the loss, they came back, and then what they did to Nashville going into the playoffs was significant. Up and down this team, there were no stoppages in that second round, and still a clean sweep. This is a very deep and talented Philadelphia team.
Yeah, it was execution personified by the defending champs. Let's take a look at the middle round highlights. Brought to you by the Balance of Nature. We begin in round number 9. So, look, round 1, we highlighted Brittany Sims and her 126-pound contemporary, Shira May Patricio, picking up right where Sims left off, setting the tone, did a terrific job for Philadelphia. And then round number 13, Ray Robinson, and the new, also, and the consistent. He gets the split decision win.
Yeah, and that was the tightest one, best chance for LA, but Robinson doing just enough off the ropes and scoring late. And that was the toughest obstacle Philly had to overcome in order to get the sweep. And this team, going back to what we had at the top with the women, there was an embarrassment of riches for this team at the top when they opened up the lineup.
Here's the money round fight card for you, and it's time now for our round to watch, brought to you by the Whiskey and Wealth Club. We look at round number 19, Jesse Hart, Angel Lozano. We saw them go at it in the middle rounds. Hart won decisively over Lozano. We thought, hey, if this is a close match, because it obviously had the formula to be close going into the money rounds, that the way Hart executes and operates, this would be a challenge for him to put Lozano down, get his team some extra points. Now we're just going to be focusing on the technique of Jesse Hart, no?
Yes, exactly right. And this is perfect. It sets up for exactly who he is. The slide and glide mentality, the leader of the team. Lozano could not get close to him in that first matchup. So what I'm going to be looking for is, okay, you just fought the guy. You couldn't touch him. What will Lozano try to do differently? And if you're scouting now, all these rounds to watch, these are scouting opportunities for fighters you're going to face in the playoffs.
Philadelphia's won 8 rounds in a row in the middle rounds. They've won every round since the 8th round. What type of statement will they make to close out the money rounds and this quarterfinals matchup? Time to begin the final 8 rounds. Let's go inside the ring with Ray Flores.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to begin the money rounds. We will start at featherweight. For LA, it'll be Canario Davidson. For Philadelphia, Rashina Brown.
Rasheen Brown victorious over Canario Davidson in round number 2. And you talk about a fighter not being able to get inside and touch their opponent. That was the case for Davidson against Brown in that second round tonight.
Yeah, we saw right the first 3 fights for Philadelphia. It was a you can't touch this type of a theme. Excellent boxing by that team, keeping the opponents on the outside of the jab. Almost like a team philosophy emanating from the corral.
Well, here we go with round number 17. Philadelphia in front, 157-144. So the TCL's number 2 seed to begin the postseason, making a very loud statement to start off their playoff run, trying to get back to the Mega Brawl and attempt at being back-to-back champions.
And for Philadelphia, it's not just what they're doing, it's how they're doing it, which has been impressive. Excellent boxing, getting off first, excellent footwork. I mean, look, they're doing all this despite only 1 stoppage victory tonight.
Brown has now won 6 in a row. He is 13-2 on the season. Left hand coming in from Rasheed Brown, fouled by a big right hook. I think we're seeing an even more aggressive Rasheed Brown in the 17th.
And building off the fact that he wasn't affected much in round 2. So it's a confidence-building mechanism, the offensive element of boxing. If you don't get hit, then little by little you stride in and do more, like that uppercut we just saw. It's been very rare that we've said tonight the LA fighter is getting off first.
Just making life so difficult for Carrillo Davidson, especially along the ropes. Spearing left hand connects again from Rasheed Brown.
Yeah, you start out, you think it's a slapping shot, then there's a couple, maybe mosquito type shots, and then slapping goes to snapping as he has more power in those shots. And each time you're fighting him, you have to adjust after those blinding hands come at you, and it takes time to reload.
Davidson trying to fight back with less than 35 seconds to go.
When we talk about the Philly fighter and the Philly fighter mystique, there has been to me, a Bernard Hopkins type overhang to the way this team has been able to cut off the ring suddenly, fight after fight, little by little, inch by inch.
10 seconds left. Go.
The Smoke have reeled off 9 consecutive round wins. Carrillo Davidson with a look of disgust following round number 17, just unable to crack the code that is Sugar Sheen Rasheed Brown.
And you can watch fights on the social media. You can talk to other fighters. You can get an idea as to what a guy does, but you can't really get an idea about the speed. That happens when you go inside the ring, and this is Brown just with the blinding speed, throwing off the timing.
The winner of round 17 by unanimous decision, from the Philly Smoke, Rasheed Brown. Our next round is brought to you by Climax Moonshine, fire number 32, known to bring the heat. Round 18 at super lightweight for LA, Erica Sanchez. She'll meet Philadelphia's Brianna Carrera.
So that's 10 consecutive rounds won by Philadelphia. Now at 140 pounds, Erica Sanchez, Brianna Carrera. You could make the argument, Dave, that this matchup in the middle rounds, which came in the 11th, should have broken that string of consecutive rounds won. Erica Sanchez looked like she'd done enough to beat the taller Brianna Carrera. Carrera, though, picks up a surprising unanimous decision.
And then you have to question about what does that mean for the adjustment. If you're Erica Sanchez, do you go right back to what you did because you thought it was effective, or do you change because the judges did not render that effective on the scorecard? It's not an easy thing to do, but if you're 5'1", your objective is to get inside that jab and try to hammer the body. She even cuts off the ring effectively there, too.
Now, about 45 seconds into the round, we're seeing Sanchez pick up the pace. But it's been a good open to this round for Brianna Carrera.
Push the head down. Stop. Watch, push the head down. Push the head down.
Carrera giving Sanchez the Heisman.
It's a good right there by Carrera. And Sanchez keeps trying to work that body and then hope to get rewarded that there's an opportunity upstairs like there off of the work.
Quality right connect from Erica Sanchez. And again, Carrera being warned to stop pushing down the head of Sanchez.
Yeah, and if you get away with it with no referee's calls, that is how you blunt what your opponent is trying to do.
Good exchange between these two women.
Yeah, and Sanchez is, we talked about what adjustments she might make. She's letting her hands go and coming out with more volume in this round.
I agree with you, Dave. I would also argue that this 2-minute sequence of Brianna Carrera is better than anything we saw in the 11th round from her.
Yeah, well, she's also adjusted well to the fight coming right to her. You've got a smaller fighter coming in right on top of you, so you have a chance for your pinpoint range to score with your best shots.
These two women, they are throwing, they are connecting against one another in round 18, continuing to battle. Over the final 20 seconds we go. Quality hooks landing by Erica Sanchez. Brianna Carrera answering back despite her back facing the corner. Non-stop action to close out the 18th.
Well, they deserve a breather after this one. That was a nice, good, intense action with Sanchez trying to do more as she got on the inside and tried to win it with the good pummeling body shots and going upstairs. And then Carrera fighting back. There was an excellent right hand. So this is a judge's interpretation as to which fighter is more effective and maybe who had more power.
TCL fans, the winner of round 18 by split decision from Philadelphia, Brianna Carrera. Round 19 will be in the light heavyweight division. Los Angeles will feature Angel the Kid Lozano. He'll meet team captain for the Philadelphia Smoke, Jesse Hollywood Hart.
So it's a 2-round sweep for Brianna Carrera and Philadelphia, now with a 15-point cushion.
Well, you're watching this, you're Boston, you're New York, you're Vegas, you're Phoenix, and you're scouting this Philadelphia team, trying to see what might work for you, what matchups might work for you down the low, right? You know, that's Philadelphia has been that consistent.
This was the round to watch leading into the money rounds. Jesse Hart, a decisive unanimous decision over Angel Lozano back in the 14th round. Straight rounds won by Philadelphia, dating back to round number 8 tonight. In fact, they've only dropped 2 rounds total.
And I believe unofficially, league mark might be 14. So that's always something to pump you up in a corral. And more pressure for each fighter, like we're talking about. Don't be the guy.
Been a signature of Jesse Hart's throughout 2025. Fight for 2 rounds, get your night started toward the latter half of the middle rounds, and then have a quick turnaround. Come out early in the money rounds.
And that's worked. We've talked about what works best for fighters, and you have to think that's a conversation between a fighter and a coach. How soon do you want to come back? You're the leader of the team. We'll put you deep in the money rounds, middle rounds. When do you want to come back in the money rounds, and then we'll set the lineup around that. Because some fighters like 30 to 45 minutes. Some fighters think that's too much to think about. If you want to get back in there, you want to erase something off. So it's all a personal decision.
Final 40 seconds of round 19.
You see Jesse Hart throwing jabs from multiple angles, and then if there's nothing there, he can tie up, but not to the point where the referee will warn him. There's just so many tricks that he has.
Hart routinely in the groove. And that story remains unchanged here in the quarterfinals. Looking sharp against LA's Angel Lozano.
Well, when a fighter can slide and glide as smoothly as he is, this is what you're facing. One big punch in the round, and the rest of the round might have been sizzle versus the steak, but you can't find a guy who is proficient like Hart.
The winner of round 19 by unanimous decision from Philadelphia, Jesse Hollywood Hart. Our next round is brought to you by Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of TCL. Round 20 at cruiserweight for LA, Juan Higuera. You'll meet Steve USS Cunningham.
Steve Cunningham with a victory over Juan Higuera in round 15. It's been pretty easy to judge these rounds tonight. That one was a bit close as well. That coming back in round number 15. Way back in round number 5, Isaiah Johnson was victorious for the smoke over Damian Carrillo. And Isaiah, along with a good friend in Joey DeVaco and a little one as well, standing with Amelia Moore. Amelia.
Hey everybody, I am here with the Philly Smoke in the pit. So, absolutely wanted to get you on camera with your little one. Absolute congratulations. And just talk a little bit about the baby. And everything that this has brought for you.
You know, this league, I really appreciate it because it keeps my IQ on point when I don't have a regular fight coming up. It's a great opportunity to stay active and get different styles, fight different styles. And it's definitely a way to provide for your family too. And I appreciate everybody that came out to support us.
So you guys have had a really dominant performance tonight. As I've said many times, Philadelphia Smoke is a really homegrown team. There's so many athletes from this area, along with, like you said, is creating opportunity. Joey, you've been in this scene for so long. Can you tell us a little bit about how this creates opportunity and keeping athletes active and giving opportunity to athletes that may not have usually gotten a fair shake?
If you just look at our roster, you know what I mean? We got a lot of great fighters, up and coming fighters, Rasheem Brown, all the rest of the up and coming guys, and you got veterans like Steve Cunningham. He's 48 years old. He's a two-time cruiserweight champ of the world. You got me, who has 45 professional fights. You know what I mean? I've been all over the place. So I was on my way out, and then this kind of brought me back a little bit because it's fun. You know what I mean? We're going 1 or 2 rounds, and we're staying in shape. We're making good money. We bring fans out all the time, so it's a great opportunity for the whole team. 100%.
I couldn't agree more. Also, with that angle, you guys have been very dominant this season. You've only had 1 loss. Did you have to make any big adjustments? Because obviously, again, you still have continued to be dominant.
I feel like we didn't have our full team when we lost to Vegas. I wasn't in the picture. You know, a couple of our fighters got hurt during the fight. It was just a lot of, unfortunate things going on. And I feel like next time around, we're going to meet them in the Mega Brawl. Y'all going to see what's up.
Yeah, I mean, just like what Duke said, the Vegas team is good, you know what I mean? But we didn't have a full advantage, you know what I mean? With someone Rashida getting cut, Damian got his shoulder hurt, you know what I mean? So we'll be back in the Mega Brawl. I'm excited for it.
Can't wait to see you guys there. Take us back in the ring, Justin. Thank you.
Thank you, Amelia. Round number 20, concluding between Higuera and Cunningham. And Steve Cunningham saluting the crowd.
49, baby.
Shouting out his age. Why wouldn't you? I mean, at 49, performing like that.
Be proud.
Yeah.
Some people hide their age, and also, like we see with Joey DeWaco and with Cunningham and with Jesse Hart, talking about the opportunity for them back. And they're enjoying this. This is a found opportunity. Absolutely, go with the best of it. Have fun with it.
It's also a lot of fun when you're winning by double digits.
It helps too. You have a lot of teammates to feed off each other.
Fight fans, the winner of round 20 by split decision from LA, Juan Higuera. Round 21 will be at 118 pounds. For LA, it'll be Vivar. For Philadelphia, Brittany Sims.
Well, that win by Juan Higuera breaks a run of 12 straight rounds won by Philadelphia.
And even if it's not the 14 from before, as you might be chasing a record, you win 12 straight in any matchup, you're winning that matchup. So they're a big string in the middle for this Philadelphia team.
Still a 15-point lead for Philadelphia, and now you have Brittany Sims. Second look at the impressive 5-0 34-year-old against Vivar. And right away, first 20 seconds, more of the same from round number 1.
Well, she's got so much speed. She's got the good angles with the head movement. She's got more ways to launch punches and more launch pads than her opponent. These are some punitive hooks being landed by Sims. Good body work.
And Brittany Sims bringing the fight right to the doorstep of Vivar. At times, it's looked suffocating. Sims just continues to march down on Vivar.
Well, you get a good idea when Sims walks straight ahead. There's nothing to discourage her coming back from Vivar. And if you're the stalker and that jab is not hard coming back at you, then you become even bolder and you suffocate your opponent even more.
Big hand left rocking Vivar. Rattled back her head. She has taken some damage in the 21st round. As Sims looking to get more quality work in over these final 40 seconds.
And Vivar was, because she did well not to get stopped in round 1. They're just two fighters on different levels.
Still a lot of time here for Brittany Sims to score some extra points. The accurate punches continue to flow, and some damage now being applied by Brittany Sims. Vivar on her bike as the seconds come off the clock here in round number 21. Well, I tell you what, another 20 seconds. And Brittany Sims could have picked up some extra points there.
Yeah, she was right on top of Vivar. And also, when you compare with other parts of boxing, if this is a 4-round fight, she gets more time to work with. She's probably going to uncork a stoppage. And that'll be something interesting to see if she quickens up her pace in subsequent fights.
The winner of round 21 by unanimous decision from Philly, Brittany Sims. Our next round is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. At super welterweight for LA, Jason Moreno. For Billy Quadir Albright.
Here's Moreno and Albright for round number 22. It's a rematch from round number 6, where Moreno scored a 10-9 unanimous decision. So that is one of the 3 rounds won by Los Angeles here tonight. Just going back to that interview with Joey DeVaco and Isaiah Johnson that they had with Amelia, they both mentioned Las Vegas, and they looked back to that head-to-head matchup that happened where on June 20th, for the night, the rhythm was set in the opening 20 seconds of the opening round with Rashida Ellis getting cut. A lot of close rounds, a lot of them won by Las Vegas. They did their job, but it did feel like if those two teams met up again, it wouldn't go exactly the way it did in the first meeting on the 20th of June.
Right, and what Philadelphia is doing is building its way back to that moment by trashing and dismantling everything that's been put in front of them. This is their 3rd straight rout since the Las Vegas loss. And if you're going to believe in yourself and say all of these things, that this didn't go well, this didn't go well, you back that up with the definitive performances that have followed by this team. And yes, everyone is going to give you a different look. So now they're building their confidence about how they'll go into that.
Here tonight, they have certainly looked the part of the defending champs and like a team that has just that one defeat over the last 15 months.
And you almost get the sense when you talk to them, too, that in one sense, yeah, we want to get back at Vegas. And in another sense, well, that never even happened, that loss. They forgot about it. Sometimes it's good to have a short memory in certain areas.
Meanwhile, you have Las Vegas, who for so long leading up to that matchup, they were operating with the chip on their shoulder, thinking, hey, they went undefeated. They were unbeaten at the time they faced Philly. They thought they deserved the top ranking in the league leading up to that point. Maybe even after that fight, they feel like they're not getting the credit they deserve. They have a really tough one on their hands, though, with Phoenix coming up in the semifinals.
And they've had a lot of close matches. I mean, they've had overtime that they've had to prevail in. So is it a magic carpet ride for that team? Is it a team that could just get to the level of their opponents? Or have they been a little bit lucky and that's going to come and bite them? That's what the postseason buildup will be about.
A couple of the signature moments from this TCL regular season have featured the Las Vegas Hustle. Of course, that big win over Philadelphia, where they impressed, but also that epic double overtime thriller against Phoenix, where they were victorious by just 1 point.
And everybody's talking about that. They still have to get past Phoenix.
So round 22 concludes as we take a look at some action in real time.
So this is the rematch of the fight that put LA on the scoreboard way back in the lunch rounds. They went at it again with a lot of intensity.
Fight fans, the winner of round 22 via split decision. From LA, Jason Moreno. Ladies and gentlemen, TCL will be returning to the 2300 Arena in Philadelphia for a semifinal playoff action on Friday, August 15th. Get your tickets now at 2300arena.com. Our penultimate round will be in the featherweight division. For LA and Lopez. Philly will feature Rashida Ellis.
So it's our second look here at Rashida Ellis, and Los Angeles will go into its offseason with this performance here where they gave up a whole lot of rounds to the defending champ, but for Jason Moreno, he's going to be able to say something that no other LA elite fighter can tonight. He won 2 rounds.
So I think that's our number 3 star. Or did they give it to the 6th fight? We'll see about that. In the meantime, no matter where the team score is, you're still fighting for a possible berth on an all-star team. Also, you're fighting for how you're going to look at this in the offseason now. You always remember your last one a lot.
Between her first round of action in the 3rd and here in the 23rd, Rashida Ellis talked about how she was just going to simply outbox all of her opponents from this moment forth. We're seeing that boxing ability.
It's a good idea. That's a natural advantage for her, and it also takes away a lot of the opportunities for the headbutts. You get a headbutt, it does affect how you come out for a while, because it has to be something you're concerned about. But you also don't want to be with your back to the ropes as she's been in some spots here, because then your opponent can attack you.
Rashida Ellis, front runner for TCL Rookie of the Year, perhaps. 11-0, despite being sidelined with that cut near the end of the regular season. And her brother Rashidi will be in action coming up next as Boston takes on New York City in the other quarterfinal matchup. Philadelphia. You have to imagine the coaching staff, at the very least, will be sticking around to scout that one.
Yes, yes. And what will they pick up? That is their next opponent. And their past opponents, because all these teams on the East are very familiar with each other this year.
Yeah, this is going to be the 3rd meeting of the year between New York and Boston. We have a good one coming up next. One more round to go, but first we will get the judges' decision between Ellis and Lopez here in the 23rd.
Lopez did do more than in the first matchup. The question is, will it be enough for her?
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 23 by unanimous decision, Rashida Ellis. Our final money round is brought to you by Event Ticket Center. Don't just watch it. Experience it live with Event Ticket Center. For round of 24 has been awarded to Raul Solomon, as Ray Robinson being deemed unable to continue. So 10-9 in favor of LA. And that'll conclude tonight's 10-7, beg your pardon. It is a 10-7 round in favor of Raul Solomon, who was victorious over Ray Robinson, as Robinson being deemed unable to continue. Our final score, it is Philadelphia victorious over LA. Your final score, 232 for Philadelphia, 219 for LA. The Philadelphia Smoke advance to the semifinals of the 2025 TCL playoffs.
So 232-219 is the final here between Philadelphia and Los Angeles. But if you're Raul Solomon, you're getting in the ring, you're obviously hot, and you think that you are going into the battlefield right away. The for lack of a better phrase, the forfeit by Ray Robinson. And look, I mean, your team's comfortably ahead. They have the match won. They're moving on to the semifinals. Strategically, maybe you don't want to risk yourself getting a little hurt in the line of fire, but Ray Robinson choosing not to compete there in the 24th round. And ironically, we get a 3-point win for LA to close this one out.
It's going to be a good question. We might find out more about it, because the other thing is, yes, your team might be comfortably ahead. But the other thing, if they say you are unable to continue, they mention your name. You're not the guy going out there. Everybody in the arena knows that you're not fighting. I think that's a source of chagrin for a fighter, and something that a fighter would not want to have around them. It was a split decision the first time. They'll have to look at it and see if there was anything else. But from a personal pride standpoint alone for Ray Robinson, I would think that he would not be behind that decision. So we'll have to see more. But in either case, dominant win for Philly.
You saw Solomon at the very least perturbed by the fact that Robinson didn't come out. He had words for the Philadelphia corner, and that's how he ends his season there. That's how Los Angeles season is over as well. Philadelphia takes this in a boat race.
Yeah.
They eliminate Los Angeles in a big fashion. 232-219, the final of the defending champs, moving on to the semifinals here in Philadelphia. We'll take a break. We'll come back with more from 2300 Arena. TCL Team Boxing League is brought to you by Climax Moonshine Fire number 32. A drink not only made to tingle your senses with hot cinnamon flavor, but also made to pay tribute to firefighters all across America. This drink will put a kick in your step with its bold, hot smoothness. Philly takes it in a rout. Let's take a look at our fire number 32 KO of the night.
And Conja Nathan going against the LA team. Well, they had a Cinderella victory coming in here. This is the beginning of Philly saying, Cinderella, it is midnight. As this got Philly a 5-point lead, and the team never looked back after that. Remember that LA had come in off momentum, winning rounds 5 and 6 leading in, right back in the fight, and Philly says, no, you don't. We're knocking you out of this fight.
Yeah, Conja Nathan saying, Cinderella, come get your slipper. No one's coming to bring it for you. Philadelphia downing Los Angeles 232-219, the final. Let's go back inside 2300 Arena with Ray Flores.
Fight pins, our round of the night is round 11 between Erica Sanchez and Brianna Carrera. Your number 3 star of the night, middleweight from the LA Elite, Gerardo Vergara. Your number 2 star of the night, bantamweight from the Philadelphia Smoke. She's undefeated in TCL action at 16-0, Brittany Sims. And our number 1 star of the night, heavyweight from the Philadelphia Smoke, the only 2-time TCL champion, it is Conja Nathan.
Miss Sims, coming in with such a clean, absolute clean win tonight. You looked fabulous both of your rounds. Knowing that this was such a momentous moment, like you guys have to win this, you have to, in order to get into the semifinals. Did it change anything that you were, and how you approached your fight tonight?
No, absolutely not. I know that my team and I, we come in here to win. So basically, the performance that we put in is each and every performance that we do. So it wasn't really anything that I needed to do extra, except what Coach Bob was telling me of staying close, using my angles, and we got it done.
100%. I mean, 16-0, like they just said, in TCL, your record right now, absolutely amazing. Every fight that you've had has been so decisive. Like there's not a fight that you get into the ring where somebody's like, well, it could have gone either way. So just to be proud of that is just incredible. You had such a beautiful performance tonight and created such value for your team.
Thank you so much. I love to contribute to the team, and we're looking to bring back the belt home again for the 2nd time, so I'm glad to be a part of it.
2-time champs. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Mr. Conja. So LA wins 2 rounds, and then you stomp in and say, I don't think so, and come in with that drop. What was going through your mind finishing out the launch rounds?
Well, my team always tell me they need me to finish strong, so that's where my motivation comes from when I come to TCL.
So a lot of people don't realize that you were actually a 2-season champ. You were with New York first season. They brought it home. You were just a miracle worker for that, coming in with those really clutch rounds like tonight. And then last year, being with Philly, bringing another championship home. What's your secret sauce, my friend?
Being great, having a great team around you. They do motivate you to finish strong and stuff like that. So that's what motivates me.
So tonight, you guys are able to see who wins tonight in the next matchup that happens between New York and Boston. Any words for the team?
Yeah, we just getting started. We're about to finish strong, so just watch out. No matter who comes out, we're going to do what we got to do.
Love that. Thank you. Simple and straight to the point. Coach Kane. Bob, see, they love you. They want to hear from you. Yeah. We were working on more than one-word responses earlier, and you were amazing. So now's your time to shine again. So you guys, again, kind of like what I asked Josh, Jesse wants his moment.
Win.
So whoever wins tonight, New York or Boston, what do you got for them?
Win. Nah, same result.
what's been happening all season.
100%. You guys have been so consistent, being able to fight in front of your hometown. You guys get to bring it back next week, or excuse me, on August 15th, you get to bring it back to your hometown, home crowd. How does that feel, being able to just produce in front of them and do your thing, and the team just, I feel like Jesse's already answering for us.
Listen to Jesse. Bobby got an 18.
Congratulations on your win tonight, guys. See you on the 15th of August.
Bob Kane always with a man of very few words, and I tell you what, this was a 13-point victory for Philadelphia. It felt a lot wider than that. You have to obviously thank the 24th round result right there. Here is the latest look at the TCL Team Boxing League playoff bracket. Philadelphia on to the semifinals. They will await the winner of Boston and New York City, which is coming up next. It'll be a semifinal doubleheader. On August the 15th, Phoenix and Las Vegas, they will also be in the house. How about that? You'll have Vegas and Philadelphia under one roof, though they won't be facing off against one another. Probably adds to the drama. 2300 Arena, it's a good arena, but it's not palatial. So I think the drama will build up there as well. But when you take a look at tonight, what we could continue to see moving forward in the semifinals, I think the women really stand out here for Philadelphia between Sims, Patricio, Ellis. They could be dominant in the lower weight divisions.
Yes, and we talked about the embarrassment of riches for this Philly team, getting Brittany Sims back, and she talked about it in her interview, just happy to contribute and doing the angles. She gets them off to a fast start. All the women on that team get the Philadelphia squad off to a fast start, and that's been a consistent thing for them. And also, you know, if you're Coach Bob Kane, hey, they're pressing him for more than one word. Maybe he doesn't want to break the streak. Maybe one word's a good thing for him. Let the other loquacious people talk. I'll stick with the one word. So he's got everything going on. He's low-key. The team is high-key.
He's keeping it simple and effective. And why do more if what you're doing is working, right?
He doesn't want to be misquoted.
No. Let's take a look at the Money Around highlights for you. They're brought to you by The Balance of Nature. And this was all Philadelphia once again until the very last few rounds. But here in round number 21, I'm talking about Brittany Sims. She improves to 16-0.
And she's talking about the angles, which is nice because it sets up the stuff, the body shots, the left hook to the body. Excellent shots for her. I'm going to be watching that over the next two playoff rounds, especially the next one, to see if she can bring that the same way.
Then here in the very next round, look, Jason Moreno, his team is going home, but this was a good night for Jason Moreno, winner of 2 rounds.
He comes up with 2 rounds, and one of them putting his team on the board when they had to go to him, a money guy. You look at what he did against Dallas. And Jason Moreno maybe making a late bid for the All-Star team.
Jason Moreno picking up wins number 9 and 10 in a row after dropping his first 2 rounds here in 2025. So Philadelphia victorious in big fashion, off to the semifinals. And again, their lone loss over the last year plus came on June 20th against Las Vegas. You know they have redemption on their mind, but as we were talking about during the fights, yes, maybe redemption could be part of the equation. I think they just want to win any which way they can and become the first back-to-back champs.
Yeah, you're dominant, first of all. Okay, the revenge is one thing. But the other thing is you come out, you say we're going to win, and they have been dominant in a lot of their fights, and you wear the banner of the defending champion seriously. It goes out, it affects your training, it affects how you are out in public. We're the champions. You have to come here and beat us, and the more you win, the more expectation you have, the more the loss against Las Vegas bothered them, and they came out strong. So this is a dominant team that is just getting better. Maybe Philly's the team that should say, we're the attitude, never mind the New York City attitude.
I like that right there. We do have New York coming up, though, against Boston. We had some superlative performances from this Philadelphia Smoke squad tonight. And fans, you have a chance to elect superlatives from the 2025 TCL Team Boxing League season. It is time to hear your voice. You can select this season's award recipients by voting for who you think deserves this season's honors. Just go to Team Combat League /vote or scan the QR code on your screen to cast your vote. Winners will be announced at Mega Brawl 3 on August the 31st. Most valuable fighter, that is up for grabs as well. We saw Rashida Ellis for Philadelphia. We are going to see New York City's Stacia Suttles. And of course, coming up in the semifinals, Phoenix's Charles Pugh, Las Vegas's Osvel Caballero as well. The Stars will be out August 15th for the semifinals. And we saw 5 4-4 teams make the TCL postseason. Only one could remain by the end of the night. We have a good one coming up in Boston and New York City.
Yeah, we really do. Two teams that have faced each other twice before and have had different momentum swings throughout the season. So for both teams, they're very happy to be here because they had a run to get in, and now this is a chance to see what do they have. They know each other very well. Met in the first week of the season, met later on. Boston pulled away there the last time. New York City now is a chance to make it all good and then try to get into the semis.
So Boston and New York City are going to come up for their third meeting of the season. Boston took both meetings, including one down the stretch on June 27th. But action, like we know, hey, in the postseason, anything can happen. Fresh script, you have the power because you have the pen. You can write your own story here in the playoffs. That's what's coming up next. New York City and Boston, the final quarterfinal matchup here in the TCL Team Boxing League postseason. The winner will move on to face Philadelphia in the semifinals on August 15th. And for Philadelphia, like we mentioned, the defending champs, you have the season 1 champs in New York City in action here. They have a chance to repeat, become back-to-back champions. And as you are maybe staying in the building at 2300 Arena, maybe you're going out, you're being with family and friends to celebrate. If you're scouting these teams, what are you watching for as they get started between Boston and New York?
I think if you're scouting, you're waiting to see what's happened for them between the early part of the season and now. Who has improved? Who seems to be on momentum for this team? Where do you think there could be some vulnerability? This is really going to be big for the coaches to see where the mindset of the team is.
All right, that's going to do it here for Philadelphia and Los Angeles. And the Smoke take it in around 232-219. The final. Philadelphia moves on. They will be in the semis on August 15th. Who will join them? We're going to find out next. Boston and New York City coming up in our final quarterfinal. Coming up right after this break, Amelia Moore sits down with the Phoenix Fury and the Las Vegas Hustle ahead of their big semifinals matchup coming up August 15th. We will be back for Boston and New York. Don't go away. Saturday night in Philadelphia as we round out the quarterfinals of the TCL Team Boxing League playoffs. City of Brotherly Love, the site for a New York-Boston battle. How about that? Third meeting of the season between the Boston Butchers and the New York City Attitude. Two teams all too familiar with one another, clashing with everything at stake. We welcome you in once again to our Merit TV Sports studios, along with Dave Bontempo. I'm Justin Shackle, third member of our broadcast crew, Amelia Moore. You'll hear from her in a moment. But I tell you what, there are no two teams that are probably as familiar and maybe even as sick of one another than Boston and New York. And here we go. We round up the quarterfinals with these two teams. And when you're so familiar with an opponent, what would you expect? What would you be on the lookout for? What would you hope to be able to pull off as you take on a very familiar foe?
Well, these are the two teams that throughout the season have been saying, we've got unfinished business. Boston with a 1-point win in week one and then a little wider one as the season progressed. So what will be different here, besides all the trash talking, which you can depend on, is who's going to rise and fall just a little bit. We can do all the handicapping we want and say who's got an edge here or there, but you know someone is going to emerge from the weeds and come up bigger than we expect them to be. Somebody's going to have an off night. We don't know who that's going to be, but some little tweak is going to decide this contest.
And there are parts of that Season 1 championship pedigree still with the New York City Attitude. They have had a few consistent performers as well as they try to make their mark here in the quarterfinals. And tonight will also mark the return of Christina Cruz, the Hell's Kitchen Kid, making her return on July 11th, and she is back here now performing in the postseason. She'll be in for 2 rounds, and she looks solid, picking up the stoppage right there. Christina Cruz is a big-time force.
That's a magical delivery for New York because she had suffered a broken nose, which had put her out of competition. And she comes back, and I think like what we'll see with Ellis, that she'll be boxing more and taking fewer chances, and it may make her more dangerous. And there's Mendez for New York. They've been very talented with their women. Along with Stacia Suttles, who is not in the lineup tonight. That's a big development as far as the tweak up and down.
And then as far as some consistent men, Lasha Gergigliani in the middleweights, super middleweight to be exact. He will be in line for 2 rounds against Boston's Ronald Ellis. He has been a consistent performer for New York City, who comes in here, has a chance to kind of crash the party, set up a semifinal matchup with last season's championship squad, the Philadelphia Smoke. They were victorious earlier tonight. So for New York, you could finally pick off your foe in Boston and set up a date between the two, the first two, I should say, the first two champions in TCL history.
New York has been the team all year that says we just haven't been able to put it together. We have been better than our record indicates. This is a team that had a number of close losses and then a gigantic victory over LA, who made the playoffs as well. So on their best night, this team can knock anybody off, and this is a matchup that is very close going in. So if you're New York, you're saying we've got to get a couple of fighters who don't deliver to do it for us.
And for Boston, they finished the regular season at 4-4. It's kind of been start and stop when you look at successful points for Boston here this season. We saw in spurts, but one thing that cannot be denied, they have a wicked two-headed monster between Rashidi Ellis and Jaye Brown.
Yes, it's been a great combination for them all year, and we've had the dependability of Ellis all year. Now, there we see some power, even though it wasn't called there. They would like to see some power out of Ellis. There has to be somebody that steps up, because the Boston team, they are a single-win team. They are not a knockout team. If anybody steps up and delivers a 10-8, that will be huge based on the makeup of this team. And this is one guy who possibly could do it for them, Jaye Brown.
Yeah, he is one of the most improved fighters in TCL Team Boxing League here in 2025. We're going to see him for 2 rounds as well. And in round 24, where will we be by the time the final round comes up? Brown could have a heavy influence on the outcome of this quarterfinal matchup. There you see the bracket of the TCL Team Boxing League postseason. We have 3 semifinalists. We're trying to determine the final semifinal participant in Boston and New York City. Again, a date with Philadelphia is on the line. Let's take a look at the launch round fight card for you. Rounds 1 through 8. It will be headlined and led off by Christina Cruz and Taylor Robertson. You also will have the likes of Brandy Robinson and Deontay Brown for Boston, along with Rashidi Ellis and Jaye Brown. And how about one fighter that I feel doesn't get talked about enough, and that is Skylar Lacey in the heavyweight division. The veteran continues to produce, and he is having as quiet of a successful season as one can have.
I think he's been one of the most improved fighters throughout the course of the season. And when you look at Boston on a 3-fight win streak, Skylar Lacey has been right in the middle of it. You know, we talk about that you need to have some dominant women if you're going to be a high playoff contender, which is true. You also have to be good in the heavyweight division, which is something that they have made strides in via Skylar Lacey in recent fights. This is a guy in a bit of a role under the radar as the team goes up.
So you saw rounds 1 through 8 right there. Time for the Whiskey and Wealth Club round to watch. And you did mention the women. Got to go back to them because round 1, it's a good one. Christina Cruz, Taylor Robertson. It's an intriguing table setter, if you will.
It is welcome back, Christina Cruz, because when you've had the broken nose and you're worried about when can you return and be yourself. Well, she did return once, and we saw some adjustments in her strategy. She was good with the power, but she was also a little gun-shy about taking chances in the clinches. So a little bit of education coming out of that lunging scenario that had produced a broken nose for her. So it's a big plus for her. It's a big plus for New York to have her back.
Let's go ringside at 2300 Arena in Philadelphia to Amelia Moore, third member of our broadcast crew. And Amelia, Dave and I talking about Christina Cruz's return in her postseason debut going up against Taylor Robertson. It is one of many storylines in this matchup that include these women fighters, no?
Couldn't agree more. There's a lot of drama and tea to spill in this next few seconds. Christina Cruz facing Taylor Robertson again after they haven't seen each other again. And you did say Tina hasn't had a match last. Was supposed to be their last fight. She's back in it now. New York being resurrected. And now she has to see Taylor. The crazy thing is that Taylor and her are actually stablemates out of their gym in Davie, Florida. So always feel, I wanted to ask her, I was like, is that an awkward situation? You go back to the gym and you're like, hey, sorry, friend. But there's a lot going on. Again, you said Stacia, you guys had mentioned that Stacia is not going to be with the New York team. Super unfortunate. It actually just ended up coming up. She made weight, was on weight. Her opponent came in, unfortunately, more than 5 pounds under. So because of that allowance discrepancy, the commission just couldn't go forward with it. So unfortunate not to have her in the lineup and her opponent in the lineup. But we ended up, TCL filled in. They were able to pull more rounds in, so we're having a full card tonight. And then I just have to mention my girl, Abril. She's fighting for New York tonight, which is a little funny because last year her first season with TCL was with the Boston Butchers. So she'll be facing off against her original season 2 team tonight and filling in for New York and filling that gap. So a lot going on, a lot of personal things happening in the ring tonight. And I think it's going to make for an awesome night of fights as we finish out the last of the quarterfinals tonight.
I agree, Amelia. We'll talk to you as we get started here with the launch rounds. Abril Anguiliano in for 2 rounds against Brandy Robinson. So you don't have Stacia Settles, you have Christina Cruz, New York City, ready to roll here in the quarterfinals against Boston. We will have the ring walks for both the Boston Butchers and the New York City Attitude when we return in Philadelphia. Final semifinal spot on the line next. Balance of Nature is a proud partner of TCL Team Boxing League, and as a preferred customer, get 35% off your first set when you use code FIGHT. Go to balanceofnature.com or call today. Nighttime in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Boston and New York with a trip to the semifinals on the line. Let's go inside 2300 Arena with Ray Flores.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2300 Arena here in Philadelphia, PA, as the Season 3 Team Combat League playoffs continue. A big thank you goes out to the Executive Director, Ed Kunkel, and the Pennsylvania Athletic Commission for hosting tonight's event. Also, a big thank you to our fine sponsors, Climax Moonshine, Fire number 32. Known to bring the heat. Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of TCL. Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. Event Ticket Center, don't just watch it, experience it live with Event Ticket Center. Whiskey and Wealth, the #1 cask whiskey investment opportunity. And Dr. Phil's Merit TV. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the New York City Attitude.
New York City coming into the postseason after a 3-5 finish in the regular season. Last team in Season 1 Mega Brawl champions. And again, as Dave mentioned, prior 2 meetings with Boston in 2025 didn't go their way, but the more you face an opponent, the more you get to know them.
You know that, like they say in other sports, can you beat a team 3 times in one season? Who knows if that is going to be the case here? They become very familiar with each other.
And these head-to-head matchups, they weren't blowouts. They were fairly close, especially to open up the 2025 regular season, a 1-point difference. So Boston to New York open up the 2025 TCL season. They will close out the quarterfinal portion of the postseason.
And I think there has to be a sense of satisfaction for New York because you lost that 1-pointer, you lost again to them, and you're saying, I hope that doesn't knock us out of the playoffs. Well, you lost, but you're still here.
The coaches of the New York City Attitude are Ryan O'Leary and Benny Roman. Also unprecedented 10-time NYC Golden Gloves champion, multi-time national champion, and 2020 Puerto Rican Olympian, Bantamweight Christina Hell's Kitchen Kid Cruz. Featherweight Ariel Perez de la Torre. Featherweight Abril Anguiano. Multi-time national champion. Lightweight Ryan Pretty Boy Semboteke. Welterweight Darius the Hog Jackson. Super welterweight Ryan Pino. Middleweight Giovanni Estella. Heavyweight Stanley Wright. Multi-time national champion featherweight Angelis Lopez Menendez. Lightweight Sherbeg Rakhmutalov. Welterweight Lionel Santana. Middleweight Lasha Gurgliani. Light heavyweight Isaac Sanctus Spiritus Carbonell. Cruiserweight Talia Tessia Eves. And heavyweight Dimitro Bezos. Ladies and gentlemen, this was the New York City Attitude. And now let's welcome their opponents, the Boston Butchers.
All my life I had to win, give everything I had to give. Got that fire in my soul. All my life I had to fight to the end. I ain't never giving in.
The team that won 3 in a row and caught fire at the end to get in. And they're doing their best work right now.
They finish at 4-4. And can they pull off the trifecta? A 3rd consecutive win against New York City here in 2025. The 3rd would be the most important, with a trip to the semifinals on the line for the Boston Butchers.
You cannot compare, you a fan, I'm the champ. All I need is one round, punches like a gun.
Can they take care of business? Can they do it their way? And when we talk about that, we mean pure boxing.
Yes, this is not a team that has gotten the 10-8, 10-7 route to victory that Philadelphia has, that Vegas has. It's basically a group of singles hitters, and they have to box very well. Right now they are.
The head coach of the Boston Butchers, former Team USA Olympic boxing coach, Mark Vergara. Bantamweight Taylor Robertson. Featherweight Eric Emery. Featherweight Brandy Robinson. Lightweight Deontay Brown. Welterweight Michael Kimball. He is TCL Season 2's most exciting fighter, ranked in the top 10 by the WBA and WBO. Super welterweight Rashidi Speedy Ellis. Middleweight Jaye Golden Child Brown. Heavyweight Skylar Lacey. Featherweight Camille Panada. Lightweight Toka Khan. Welterweight Kino Luna. Super middleweight Ronald Ellis. Light heavyweight Steven the Savage Sumter. Cruiserweight Michael Hilton. And the heavyweight for the Boston Butchers is Michael Coffey. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Boston Butchers. And now we begin the launch rounds between New York City and Boston. The launch rounds. Round 1 will be at bantamweight for NYC, Christina Cruz. For Boston, Taylor Robertson.
And round number 1 will be the first meeting between these two since Christina Cruz suffered her nose fracture. And we heard Amelia Moore say it. These two are stablemates. They both train under Javier Centeno in South Florida. So they are awfully familiar with one another. They've sparred countless times, but now they're doing it with something on the line as we get going with our final quarterfinal matchup.
And they'll be good friends again at the end of the night, but they'll put that aside for right now. And they do understand each other's styles perfectly.
Taylor Robertson, an Australian native. She's 2-3 since debuting 5 weeks ago, but 4 of those first 6 matches were against Christina Cruz and Julia Rodriguez of San Antonio, an impressive bantamweight. She fought 2 very close rounds against Rodriguez.
And she is like somebody I've ticketed for that can blossom into major improvement in this league next season. Somebody getting her feet wet. She's got some good natural power. And if she blends in the nuance of the footwork and all the boxing that goes with it, we see the power there that is her raw calling card.
We see Christina Cruz being mobile and accurate. And Taylor Robertson is starting to chase down this target with accuracy with that right hand.
Yeah, that's been her strength. And
another one.
She's timing it beautifully over the hand here of Cruz. Now remember, we talked about an adjustment for Cruz. She's going to be boxing from a little further back to try and hit and not get hit. And for whatever reason, that is going right into the angle flow for Robertson. Because Christina Cruz has been a straight-ahead type of a fighter. And now you're seeing her on the outside. And for some fighters, that may just be an ideal change.
Cruz going 9-1 in her first TCL season. The only defeat to Philly's Shira Patricio. When these two went at it for their second round of action back on June 27th, Cruz had already recorded a round victory over Robertson. So she does have her number in a TCL ring.
And that's one part of it is the history, what they both know. And the other part is I'm wondering where the rubber is going to meet the road, so to speak, as to the improvement of Robertson. You know, if it's week by week, if it's quickly, then she'll get victories in playoff matches like this. Robertson has been very impressive with her composure here, and Christina Cruz has been trying to win it a new way.
Tell you what, that might have punctuated a potential round win, depending on how the judges view this round, for Taylor Robertson and Christina Cruz to open up tonight's action.
Well, and if you're scouting, you know, for future matchups, however that is against these fighters, you take a look, and Christina Cruz has been really dynamic, but from a distance, a powerful fighter. Robertson, right over the top there, squeezes inside and scores. So she's been timing everything off the jab hand and then surprised her there with a lead right hand. Not what you'd expect from the right-handed style, and that's why it scored.
Let's see what the judges think.
Fight fans, the winner of round one via split decision from NYC, Christina Cruz. Our next round is brought to you by Climax Moonshine, fire number 32, known to bring the heat. Round two at featherweight for NYC, Ariel Perez de la Torre meeting Boston's Eric Emery.
So a split decision win for Christina Cruz. Tough to argue either way, but New York City comes away with the round one victory. Here we go with De La Torre and Emery. Ariel Perez de la Torre, 0-5 in 2025. And he made his return to the ring this season with a loss against Eric Emery.
So on the one hand, you say it's all stacked. On the other hand, you're saying, well, sooner or later he has to win one. And familiarity with the opponent. It's an interesting thing about TCL. We saw Roger Hellia, an 0-5 fighter, come up against Rakatulov of New York and score 2 wins. If it's your night, it's your night.
Emery, this is his first match in the TCL since June 20th. He had a very memorable TCL debut in late April. It was against Rasheem Brown. He was DQ'd after some extracurriculars following that round. 2-2 now in his first TCL season, 24 years of age, out of Chicago.
Emery's trying to set up and score a lead right hand, but the speed of De La Torre getting there first on him.
Emery connecting with a 2-punch combo. De La Torre answers back with a counter. There's a right hook from Emery that lands just behind the left guard of De La Torre.
That time, the right hand of De La Torre got in first. And Emery is trying to let him come forward and trying to get him to walk into a good left-hand shot. If you're on the ropes, it's a risky proposition, stylistically. Not only give a lot of advantage to your opponent, you have to make it look like you're toying with him there.
De La Torre letting his hands go here inside the final 30 seconds. Will volume overstate accuracy between these two 126-pounders? Speed has certainly been the main theme, especially for De La Torre.
Yeah, as he's trying to unload on the inside and make the most of these shots, and now trying to make a statement at the end for the judges. Never a bad idea to finish with a flourish.
Yeah, a couple body connections from De La Torre, looking sharp near the end.
Now here's De La Torre cornering Emery. Missed up on top, but he had the presence of mind to stay with the idea. And then by doing that, it opened up some body shots for him at the tail end. And on the other side, Emery jab and move and hope that that was enough. This is a good chess match.
Fight fans, the winner of round 2 via split decision from NYC, Ariel Perez de la Torre. At featherweight for NYC, Abril Anguiano. For Boston, Brandy Robinson.
There we go, third round of the night. Abril and Brandy. You see Brandy Robinson in the blue fight kit. NYC has taken the first 2 rounds of this quarterfinal matchup.
And justifiably split on both. Very close matches. A lot for either fighter to hang their hat on, so New York off to the fast start.
Abril Anguiano in her second TCL season. You see Robinson with a 2-inch height advantage. These two will meet up again in round number 11.
Anguiano is trying to move smartly, laterally, and get into punching range. The only thing that's made it difficult for her is she's been about 1 foot back too far. So even though she might have the footwork, at the end of it, she's not in position to score with a punch.
For Robinson, she ended her regular season having won 3 in a row. "36-year-old southpaw out of Chicago." Now, we heard Amelia talk about it right before the launch rounds began. New York City is here, but they are without Stasia Settles, and something that just happens under her power.
Yeah, they can't find enough 140-pound opponents for her sometime, and that is a bad break for New York, because the freight train, as I call Settles, is probably worth 20 points to New York when you're handicapping how they're going to do.
So New York City without one of its main weapons here tonight. Boston is also without Abraham Nova, a fighter that was very consistent for them at 135 pounds. Nova is in training camp for a big opportunity in Saudi Arabia coming up next month against the former WBA featherweight champ Raymond Ford. So a big chance here for Nova, but he is out of action here for Boston.
There are a few things that we would call the breaks of the game that drift in and affect the outcomes, and it's the teams that are consistently shuttling and adjusting that come out okay with it. So here we go. Does height make right in the case of New York, or is efficiency the key in the case of Boston?
Let's see what the judges think for our third round.
Fight fans, the winner of round 3 by way of split decision from Boston, Brandy Robinson. Our next round is brought to you by Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of TCL. Round 4 at lightweight for NYC, Ryan Zemboteke. He'll meet Boston's Deontay Brown.
3 straight split decisions to open up the night. Boston finally on the board. It is a 1-point advantage for New York City. And here we have Ryan Zemboteke and Deontay Brown. Zemboteke in the white trunks, Brown in the blue trunks. We're also later on in the middle rounds, round 13, going to see Ronald Ellis in action for the Boston Butchers, as he is coming off 2 straight round wins to close out his regular season. And Ronald Ellis is standing with Amelia Moore.
Hey everybody, I'm here with Ron Ellis, one of the 3 of the siblings that are fighting in TCL. We saw Rashida earlier tonight. You're here with your brother, Rashidi Ellis. And originally, are you still living in LA at this time, right?
Yeah, I'm actually moved to Vegas. I just moved to Vegas recently. Yeah.
Okay, and we were talking, we had caught up a couple weeks ago and talking a little bit about what brought you to the Butchers and being able to fight with your brother.
Oh, the Butchers, my little brother really got me over here, you know. The TCL, shout out to Dewey, because I was here the first season and, you know, it just kept getting better. So I decided to come along with my brother. And my little sister's on the Philly team, kind of different, but we're all together and I respect it. I love it.
And you guys haven't been able to compete together since you were amateurs and Golden Glove era before real national level.
Yep, you said it. Me and my little brother and my little sister, we didn't fight on the same card probably plus 14 years ago. Yeah, it's been a while, so this gave us an opportunity to show out, and hopefully we get those other fights on the way after we get this done.
Finishing out tonight, so you've had the opportunity to be in some really, really big camps, big wins. I know that you've had the opportunity to train with Canelo. Any thoughts on his training ethic as we're looking for it? I know this is not TCL related, but he is fighting Bud Crawford in a month. So just some inside scoop on Canelo.
Inside scoop, Canelo, you don't want to tell too much. He just works. That no boxing, no life, it's real, you know what I'm saying? But, coming against Crawford's a great fighter and he got something to prove. It's going to be a great fight, man. Canelo, call me. I'm your good luck charm. We need to work, baby.
You heard it here from Ron himself. And I'd have to say, double up on that. Terrence Crawford, by far, one of the hardest working athletes I've ever met in my entire life. It's going to be a great fight. But thank you for your inside scoop, man. Take us back in the ring, Justin.
Thank you, Amelia. Dave, I mean, that matchup coming up in September, anyone affiliated with boxing, you want to hear their opinion because you have 2 of the hardest workers. I tell you what, for Ronald Ellis, who's shared the ring with someone like Canelo Alvarez, that no boxing, no life mantra, it has to rub off on the fighters and probably takes that with him throughout his boxing career.
Yeah, you improve by osmosis just by being around the championship caliber, around the gym, around what's being talked about, and the speed that your opponent comes at you if it's Canelo, and all the different things that when you fight somebody else, you say, well, it's not Canelo. This is good for me. I'm not fighting against him. And as for that fight, you love the fact that it's announced way in advance and you have time to kind of salivate, let it marinate. It's coming pretty soon. You know when it is. That's great for boxing.
And it's going to be right after the Mega Brawl on August 31st.
Well, they didn't want to compete. They didn't want to compete with
That's
this.
right. So you have a clean transition into Canelo Crawford after the Mega Brawl.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 4 by unanimous decision from New York City, Ryan Semboteke. Round 5 will be fought at welterweight. For NYC, Darius Jackson. He'll be opposed by Michael Kimball of Boston.
There you see Michael Kimball. In his first TCL season, made his debut on June 14th. 2-1 record down the stretch. Now with 2 rounds against Darius the Hawk Jackson. A 21-year-old, Kimball goes down as the Hawk is able to stalk its prey and send it to the mat.
Well, we said, who's going to make the first big statement? Who's going to rise above the norm? And Jackson has been the first to do that.
Whole lot of time to put down Kimball for good. And now Kimball trying to fight back. Regain his form. There's another drop. There's another knockdown. Darius Jackson feeling himself. And that is his second knockdown. And yeah, that's what we're waiting for right there.
Ceremonial. It was already 10-7.
10-7 round here for Darius Jackson inside a minute. Wow.
And the second one is after Kimball's trying to come back at him. He scored the second knockdown, backing up. So that speaks to the proficiency of where those punches landed. Let's take a look at where this fight changes. Good clubbing right hand, excellent left hand coming through there. That's the knockdown number 1.
Right on the ear.
On the ear, the equilibrium type shot. And then the second one would happen as Kimball's trying to approach him. And you look at where Jackson is, you think it's hard for him to score a knockdown from there, but he does.
Fight fans, the winner of round 5 as the referee waves off the round. The winner, 10-7 from NYC, Darius Jackson. Our next round brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. At super welterweight for NYC, Ryan Pino. He'll meet Boston's Rashidi Ellis.
So a chance here for Boston to answer after a big-time 10-7 round for Darius Jackson. And you look over to the money rounds, Dave. Jackson, Kimball, scheduled to meet in round 19. Obviously not going to happen now. So 20 points in the bank for Darius Jackson.
Yeah, giving 4 points to his team. It's like winning 4 individual matches. And, you know, we talked about how Boston is not a power team. So this is a real big blow to a team like this to fall this far down.
Yeah, that's a great point, that this is a singles hitting team.
Yeah, they're not the team likely to come back with a 10-7s and 10-8s. So that was a huge breakthrough for Jackson.
So now they have a 5-point deficit against an NYC Attitude squad that, look, originally was not in the postseason. Dallas was originally seeded here. They were ruled ineligible, and New York City is the first team out. They took the place of Dallas, and here they are with a 5-point advantage.
Well, you take that scenario and then you win your first fight back. That would be quite a magical thing for the New York team if they're able to pull that off.
It would create a little bit of havoc in the quarterfinals. Here with Rashidi Ellis, 12-2, 2025. Like we were talking about, as a team, Boston doesn't get too many extra points. Individually, Ellis doesn't get too many stoppages, 0 KOs.
And this is the one guy they could really use it from right now. This is arguably their best athlete.
He has handled Ryan Pino well this season. He has 2 wins over Pino. 4-0 in 2025, I should say, against Pino.
And so now with this team trailing by 5, he can cut it to 4 or down to 3 if he can get something going in the power department.
They're going to depend, by they, Boston, on Rashidi Ellis and the fighter on deck. That is Jaye Brown. Round 7 at 160 pounds coming up next. But here, Rashidi Ellis would like to begin chipping away at this 5-point team deficit.
And I think it's an interesting scenario for fighters. Do you go out of your comfort zone to try and pick up more points for the team if you are a natural box and win fighter? And will you hurt yourself if you do that because you're fighting a style that's not yours?
Final seconds of round 6. Ellis and Pino will be back in action in round number 20.
Well, it's important for Boston to answer any way possible. Power would have been great, but a 10-9 at least brings it down to 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 6 by way of split decision from Boston, Rashidi Ellis. Fight fans, TCL will be returning to the 2300 Arena here in Philadelphia for semifinal playoff action on Friday, August 15th. Get your tickets now at 2300arena.com. Round 7 at middleweight for NYC. Giovanni Estella. He'll meet Boston's Jaye Brown.
2 of the better fighters on these teams in recent times.
2 consistent fighters. Jaye Brown, a candidate for the TCL's Most Improved Fighter Award in 2025. 10-2 on the year, 15-5 in his TCL career, and he defeated Estella in 2 rounds back on June 14th. See Estella in the green trunks, 5-3 on the year. 24-year-old out of Orlando.
Two guys with mirror image ideas as far as style. Not a lot of height and reach separating them, so it's who can create the angle and then who can take advantage of an opening. They're trying to create openings right now. Get a look at Brown just showing the jab, hoping that it led him into the path of the right hand, and he almost succeeded with it. Both fighters right now, they're looking for the perfect shot. Sometimes you just have to go to the basics and try to work with the jab and set something up.
So can we automatically say that we're watching two fighters overthinking at the moment?
Yeah, I think the mirror image idea that they both have the same way that they want to go about this. So knowing how each one fights, they look across the ring and say, well, this is how this guy does it. It looks just like me. How would I do this? So somebody has to get out of the comfort zone, and it looks like Brown just did.
Inside a minute to go in round number 7. Jaye Brown landing the most effective shot of the round moments ago.
And that was a real turnaround right hand, because then he got Estella backing up, got him away from where he was, and set up more chances.
This will be the matchup in round number 24. Final 20 seconds.
So in a match in which there was very little risk-taking, it looks like the edge will go to Brown, that he took the risk twice and was rewarded for it.
2 big swings and a miss from Giovanni Estella. And Jaye Brown pretty confident that he's able to shave off another point off this Boston deficit.
I think there's a lesson going forward for all the fighters in this matchup tonight. Beautiful jab in the right hand, as that's where Brown turned the fight around and took the chance. We've had up to this point 4 split decisions. So no matter how well you think you're doing, you know that you didn't convince somebody. So it's all out to the final bell.
TCL fans, the winner of round 7 by unanimous decision. From Boston, Jaye Brown. Our final launch run is brought to you by Event Ticket Center. Don't just watch it, experience it live with Event Ticket Center. Round 8 at heavyweight for NYC, Stanley Wright. For Boston, Skylar Lacey.
Well, Dave, make it 5 split decisions here in the launch rounds.
Wow, and the other, well, Boston show that they have a very good bottom of the order, having won 2 in a row to get back in, and the ever-improving Skylar Lacey up ahead.
3rd season as Boston's heavyweight, a career 21-7 TCL fighter. He's won 9 in a row, 9-1 regular season. Stanley Wright was seldom used by New York this year. He debuted in early April, got a win over Joey DeVeco of Philly. Then we didn't see him until 2 weeks ago when he split a couple of rounds against Trevorris Barnes. And in between, he suffered his first defeat in regular boxing, losing to Brandon Moore on Hall of Fame weekend up in Verona, New York.
Not always easy to juggle the successful flow between your boxing career and then come into TCL and get some wins. We've already seen that some training obligations for fighters have other opportunities. But what's interesting, a lot of interesting things about this league is the fighters are away and then they come back and a little bit of momentum, and here they are.
What may be so impressive about Skylar Lacey, who stands at 6 feet 7 inches, is how he doesn't usually fight like a tall heavyweight.
No, he doesn't stay to the outside and tower. And basically what he does is he nails you with one turnaround shot in a fight, and it usually changes things. But you can't get to him very easily. Now in this fight, ironically, he might be served by fighting as a typical tall heavyweight with the jab out, because Wright's a pretty powerful guy coming at him. He's moving straight back here at times and then daring Wright to come in.
Wright trying to enter the pocket, leading with that left hand. 30 seconds to go in the 8th and final round here of the launch round phase. It's a 3-point New York City cushion.
Boy, and this will be interesting on the judges, because Wright is a good plotter straight ahead, taking it to Lacey, and Lacey's been able to pick him off a few times from the outside. But will the judges think that that happened often enough? If this is a longer fight, you might say that Wright is trying to break him down for later, but this is a sprint.
We'll also see this round in, or beg your pardon, this matchup in round number 18.
Fight fans, the winner of our final launch round by split decision from Boston, Skylar Lacey. At the end of the launch rounds, NYC leads Boston 76-74. The middle rounds are on the way.
76-74, Boston finds itself trailing at the end of the first 8 rounds. They tried to overcome a big 10-7 stoppage by New York's Darius Jackson. They win the final 3 rounds, but over the first 8 rounds, 6 split decisions. This one's been razor thin. We're going to the middle rounds. New York City ahead by 2. We're back after this. Team Boxing League is brought to you by Event Ticket Center. Don't just watch it, experience it live with Events Ticket Center. Tickets to the best seats in the house to all of your favorite events. TCL Team Boxing League is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. Hey, yo, Boston's down going into the middle rounds. They're trailing 76-74 in Philadelphia. New York City right in the driver's seat right now. So for a team who, well, let's be honest, look, they had no business being in the postseason. They backdoored their way in by ruling with Dallas being ineligible to compete, but they're making the most of it at the moment. Everything's been close, though. 6 split decisions here in the first 8 rounds.
Hey, you don't think that we belong here? Forget about it. Let me tell you something about this New York team. They really came out strong. They showed that they have a strong top of the lineup, and Boston showed they have a strong bottom of the lineup. That was very important to establish for New York for Boston. After New York got that big 5-point lead, they could have pulled away, and Boston kept this in check.
I'll tell you what, with the way that Boston operates, Darius Jackson's 10-7 stoppage, that could stand the test of time here throughout the rest of the rounds.
Yes, we've talked about the fact that Boston is not a knockout team. Coach saying that as well. They have a lot to overcome, but Christina Cruz, of course, getting New York off to a great start.
Yeah, round 1 featured in our launch round highlights presented by the Balance of Nature. Cruz, Taylor Robertson fighting to a very close split decision. Both fighters have their moments here.
Yeah, and if you had said Robertson won, there wouldn't have been much argument, so the split was there.
Only a couple of moments in round number 5, because that's how quickly Darius Jackson operated here against Michael Kimball.
Well, you talk about a guy that might single-handedly give New York this victory if this holds up. This became a 10-7, plus it knocked out round number 19 in the money round, so this becomes a 4-point victory for New York, all inside of 40 seconds. And so that was the big difference between those teams.
Now, if you are Darius Jackson, you look to your teammates in the corral and you pretty much say, hey, now it's up to you guys. Now you have to let that stick as we take a look at the middle round fight card for you. And we also take a look at our round to watch brought to you by the Whiskey and Wealth Club. And for these middle rounds, round number 13, just like our prior quarterfinal matchup earlier tonight, it was round 13. You have two evenly matched fighters who've both shown certain signs of success throughout 2025. I like this round a lot.
I do too, because it's showing you that certain fighters, we talked at the top of the show, have to come up. Who's going to rise a little bit? Who can rise over the 500 type mentality and go forward? Who can keep the momentum? The round to watch that we're outlining in the middle rounds is basically some of that in microcosm. Who's going to get up? And we've got a great fight to watch and a great round to watch.
Lasha Gergiuliani and Ronald Ellis going at it in round number 13. We heard from Ronald Ellis earlier. He has that no boxing, no life mantra, getting in the ring with Canelo Alvarez. We're going to get back into the ring to start the middle rounds now. Inside 2300 Arena, it is Ray Flores.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to begin the middle rounds, with the score being of Boston trailing 77-75. At featherweight, we begin round number 9 for NYC. It'll be Angelis Lopez Mendez. For Boston, Camila Panada.
There you see Camila Panada. Trying to close the gap for the Boston Butchers, facing Angelis Lopez Mendez. Panada 7-6 here in TCL play. 3 of those defeats came against Rashida Ellis. She's found her footing as well. She's won 5 of 6. And Angelis is now 6-6 on the year. She has beaten Panada in 2 of their 3 meetings.
We've got the nice matchup here with boxing of Panada and the straight right-hand power of Mendez, who will be looking to try and time something behind the left hand. There's that right hand by Mendez. The lead right hand of Mendez and the persistent and pesky jab of Panada.
A good right-handed pump to the body by Angelis Lopez Mendez. And that jab keeping her at distance for the most part with Camila Panada. Panada, like Taylor Robertson, like Christina Cruz, also training under Javier Centeno in Davie, Florida.
Have jab will travel if you're Mendez doing a nice job here.
Good left counter from Panada. But Lopez Mendez answering right back.
She's trying to break her down by, if you can land that body shot with punitive intent, you can slow the movement of your opponent, especially effective against somebody who likes to move.
Right hand blocked by Panada.
This is an opportunity for Mendez with Panada trapped.
Doesn't take advantage of it.
No, I mean, and within the 3 minutes that you have, there are a few of those opportunity matchups, and that may often decide the outcome of the round.
Another good stick to the right side of the body by Mendez. Dave, this could be another split decision coming up.
Yeah, I'll tell you, the way these fighters are going at it with opposing styles, it lends up for the split decision. Because you've got Mendez very effective inside, and Pinata effective outside. That might lean just for fun for Mendez, but I could understand the split. Or it even going the other way because of what they want. You got Pinata on the outside. Mendez does not take advantage of that one. And then stayed with it and scored with 3 shots. So she gets credit for hanging in there and seeing it all the way through to the end.
Fight fans, the winner of round 9 by unanimous decision. From NYC, Angelis Lopez Mendez. Our next round is brought to you by Climax Moonshine Fire number 32, known to bring the heat. And lightweight for NYC, Sherbag Rakhmutulov. For Boston, Toka Khan.
So Mendez wins 10-9. A little surprised that was a unanimous decision.
Yeah, it had split, but I had to lean for Mendez. I thought they got the right fighter winning.
Agreed. All set now for round number 10, 135 pounds. And a pair of 2-round fighters, Sherbek Rakhmutulov and Toka Khan. Khan in the blue trunks for Boston. He'll be in round number 23, so he could have a heavy say in the outcome of this head-to-head battle. Rakhmutulov, meanwhile, will be in the 22nd round, so they'll go their separate ways after round number 10. They want to leave their mark on one another, that's for sure.
And get the 10 points for their team and dissect this puzzle of lefty versus lefty. So it's not the usual thing you would see with a right-handed and left-hand fighter. It's a little bit more about angles now and some slipping and trying to lure your opponent into something because you know exactly how the guy likes to fight. I think what happens a lot in these matchups is the second punch that makes a difference. You set something up with a jab, but you're really throwing something to clear the way for something big behind it.
A lot of action at close range. Referee needing to step in and separate the two. You know, with this concept where you're in for 2 rounds, but with 2 different opponents, I always wonder where you get the most. Now, normally, you could say, oh, the easiest answer is that obviously you want to be in front of your opponents to see what they have for as long as possible. But if you are the opponent for Toka Khan in round 23, Ryan Zempelteke, do you have the advantage of being in the corral right now and having eyes on your future opponent from that angle as opposed to being right in front of him? Does that give you a better scouting report? And look, when Toka Khan was observing Zempelteke in his launch round fight, vice versa, where's the advantage come into play?
I think there's a big advantage in watching from the corral because you get to see tendencies, you get to see how many punches you might land on him before he responds. You might get to see how he likes to move. You're not getting hit by his punches, so you don't really know the relative power, but you get all about the tendencies. You get to see the body language. You get to watch the face. Is he ruffled at all? And if you're a good student of this, I think you can pick up a ton in the corral. It's a great spot.
I'm sure a lot of people would say there's no substitute for going through a round with an opponent that you're going to see more than once. But you can make the argument it might be more advantageous to watch from afar.
I like the corral. And the other thing about the opponent that, you face him once, it will be different the second time because both of you need to make adjustments. So it's still, in some ways, like the first time. Well, the battling lefties, it was hard to find where there would be a definitive breakthrough. And you talk about study long, study wrong. Well, They were not able to set up the big shots. They both had some moments. Unfortunately, when those heads came together, they didn't clash. They were within a couple of inches of each other.
Let's hear what the judges have to say about this one.
Winner of round 10 by split decision from Boston, Toka Khan. The score, NYC 95, Boston 93. As we enter round 11, this in the featherweight division. For NYC, Abril Anguiano. For Boston, Brandy Robinson.
So far, Dave, when it feels like Boston absolutely needs a round, they are getting one. Toka Khan keeps this to a 2-round deficit for Boston.
And these matchups with all these split decisions, a reflection of the greater parity between the two teams. 1 point the first time they fought, very close the second time until Boston was able to pull away. So even within the parity matchup, we have parity via the split decisions. It's very tough to get any separation between these two teams.
And the two women in the ring right now fought to a split decision in round number 2. Round number 3, rather. Anguiano and Robinson, who picked up the victory.
And what do you see in a lot of split decisions? You see fighters taking turns. I have my run, you have your run. No sustained advantage, and something can counter something else. Somebody from the outside looks more effective than somebody from the inside. So there's a contrast, and it leads to the split. Trying to get a second win with the jabbing and the movement, and trying to make this all about footwork and opportunism. Well, if you're Abril, you're trying to take that away, tracking her down, and then make the most of the body shots to slow her over the course of this fight.
Well, one can argue she's doing just that here over the final, or over the last 20-25 seconds.
And that is the ticket. Cut it off, body shots, slow the movement. That would be your ideal way to do it.
A split crowd inside 2300 Arena. Chance for New York City and Boston. With the attitude ahead by 2 points. A Darius Jackson 10-7 stoppage over Michael Kimball in round 5 has put New York City in front, and they have not relinquished the lead since then.
And something that happened maybe 45 minutes ago, still standing up as a definitive separator in a fight with not much else for power. Here's how they went back and forth. Which style do you prefer as a judge? New York coming in, trying to do the body work. Boston on the outside, lateral foot movement, trying to win on the bicycle.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 11 by split decision. From NYC, Abril Anguiano. Our next round is brought to you by Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of TCL. Round 12 at welterweight for NYC, Lionel Colon Santana. For Boston, Kino Luna.
There's Lionel Taz Colon. Nicknamed Taz, first TCL season, 2-6, and he's dropped 5 straight rounds. He was in action against Boston on June 14th, but that was against Michael Kimball, the fighter that was dropped by Darius Jackson in the 5th round. So he faces 23-year-old Kino Luna out of Worcester, Mass. 11-10 lifetime in the TCL, and one of his 3 wins this season came against Taz Colon in early April.
So you have 2 things indicating how split decisions can happen. One is the relative parity of the fighters, and the second is something that's not talked about a whole lot, and that is, in regular boxing, you get a lot of split decision. The first round of a fight, you get opposite ways a lot in boxing, but here you don't have the option of an even round. You have to go for somebody. There is no 10-10.
From Taz, nearly knocks the mouthpiece of Luna out. If you are Colon, the young Puerto Rican wants to keep this momentum from New York City going. We have a 3-point edge now halfway through this team bout.
The same 3 points they got with that Jackson triumph has held up for a long time.
Landing cleanly by Kino Luna.
And he senses the body language of vulnerability from Taz. He had the mouthpiece exposed, and Colon backing up, and the legs were a little unsteady, and he was able to seize upon that and try to get another level of attack going.
Taz Colon has been the good counter-puncher in the 12th round. But if you're Kino Luna, you wonder how you can get him a little bit uncomfortable near the ropes.
Now, these have been good shots that he's been landing, but they've been one at a time, as Santana has been able to escape being hit with multiple shots.
Flash, Taz Colon dropping Luna. That's going to do it. Fight waved off. There were seconds to go on the clock. And how about this? New York City jumping ahead with a big stoppage for Taz Colon.
You can argue that's at least a 4-point swing, because Colon was losing the fight and turns around. And let's see how he's able to do this with one shot. Being a delivery. Now, the referee will then look in the eyes of the fighter and give him a chance. This was waved off quickly. This was waved off like we're not going to get the 10 count.
And Luna's currently on his stool right now, so they're being very cautious with Kino Luna. So there you see it.
So the referee saw right up close there was no need for a count. So therefore, that brings the medical people in a little bit quicker. That's a good safety move. And this is the punch of the fight, and maybe the punch of the postseason for New York, because it was a very good performance for Boston up until that time. Kino Luna had Taz backing up. He was going in for what might be a 10-8 for himself, and he walked into a shot backing up. Good power and the ability to set himself for Taz.
The 20-year-old side Orlando. Taz Colon with arguably the biggest shot of the entire postseason so far. As you take a look at our events ticket center on deck for New York City. They were hanging tough, nursing a lead that Boston, you thought, could make up. Now, what's the story?
Now, this is a terrible scenario for Boston. They were about to make this 1 point closer, in my opinion. I think they were winning that fight until the big bomb drops off, and it becomes 10-7, immediately waved off. So that is a monumental swing. One big shot. That's New York's shot heard around the world.
And once Taz Cologne's hand is raised.
Round 12. The winner of round 12, referee stoppage, 10-7 from NYC, Lionel Colon Santana. Round 13 will be at super middleweight. For NYC, Lasha Gergliani. For Boston, Ronald Ellis.
It is now a 6-point swing with 12 rounds to go.
Now, if you're Boston, let's say you agreed that you believed that you were about to win that last fight until it turned on you and went 3 points the wrong way. You just saw in one shot that happened, you now have to win 4 more fights to get back where you were, just at that spot. That's how big that punch was from Taz Cologne.
And here we go with round number 13. Ronald Ellis, Lasha Gergliani, the round to watch here in the middle rounds. Gergliani, 15-6 in his career in the TCL, an 8-1 season here in 2025, winner of 3 in a row. Ronald Ellis ending a 4-5 regular season campaign, and Lasha is Ellis's most accomplished TCL opponent. 2 fighters in their mid-30s trying to make their mark here in the TCL Team Boxing League postseason.
And when New York has had a big performance, this is one guy that has usually been in the middle of it, being able to drop his opponent. In their victory against Nashville, he delivered a decisive knockdown in the money rounds that helped New York get a very close victory over Nashville.
He has 1 career stoppage, but he's shown the knockdown power.
And that night against Nashville, he helped turn the tide. So, and we've seen it. We've seen it in some other scenarios where he can drop his opponent. A good, powerful, hard left hand.
Is it getting late early for the Boston Butchers? New York City ahead 115-109.
To play the math, is it getting late early? You're down by 6. You have to win a minimum of 9 of the next 12. That's if there are no stoppages involved. And to make up a 6-point deficit, that's a tall order.
Referee trying to restore order as the seconds they tick away in the 13th round. These two will clash again in round number 21. some renewed energy in a renewed season for that New York City squad.
You better believe it.
Ladies and gentlemen,
got a big lead.
Winner of round
2 knockouts.
13 by a split decision from NYC, Lasha Gergliani. Our next round is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. Round 14 will be at light heavyweight. For NYC, Isaac Carbonell. For Boston, Steve Sumter.
So on to light heavyweight action, 175 pounds. Isaac Carbonell, Steven Sumter. Carbonell, his 3rd TCL season. Sumter in his 2nd. Went 4-8 in the regular season. Did Sumter, including a loss to Carbonell on April the 4th. So the start of round 14, Amelia Moore is on the New York sideline.
Hey guys, we're down in the pit with a grill. Amazing adjustments going into that 2nd round. Brandy is a very hard opponent to be able to time. She switches up her direction constantly. I mean, there is so much movement. It's like, I imagine you're in there and you're like, can you please just slow down for a second? What did you think to yourself to make that adjustment to be able to start cutting her off?
Yeah, in the first round, it was the first time I faced her, so the movement was something new to me. I came back to the corner, my team was telling me, double up the jabs, double up the right hand, put that pressure on her, put her on that back foot, and that's exactly what I did in the 2nd round.
It was, I mean, you made the right adjustments. That right hand kept connecting, that overhand, so it was done beautifully. So let's just talk about you being on the side of the enemy. With New York, when you, last season you were with us in Boston.
I was actually with Boston this season for one fight in Houston. But, you know, I'm an assassin for hire. New York needed an assassin, and I came and killed it.
I love it. So you just came off of a big win. It's PFC. You took a featherweight title. Tell the people a little bit about that.
Yes, absolutely. So I'm a dual sport athlete, both boxing and MMA. I just came from winning the PFC featherweight title. You know, something very exciting. I'm blessed to be able to do both sports. And I'm an athlete. I love to compete. And 2 weeks later, here I am boxing.
She'll do, you tell her to fight, she'll show up, she'll get it done.
I say it all the time, different gloves, same outcome. Coming to kill it.
Amazing, awesome to see you, great adjustments, bro, seriously. I was like, don't make me get mad at you, I'll start calling you April.
Absolutely, it was so good to see you. I mean, it's absolutely killing the reporter job. Love to see it.
Thank you. You guys get us back in the ring, there's major action going on right now.
Yeah, 40 seconds to go in the 14th. There's been some very nice exchanges between Sumter and Carbonell.
And you know, for the Boston fighters, progressively, every fight, every round that they lose and every point that they trail further behind, there is that much more pressure on each succeeding fighter not to lose. And that's a tough spot to be in individually.
And the bell sounds an end to the round. It's the long round of the night for those two. They could meet up in the 26th round, barring a tiebreaker.
Some good action from both sides. The dueling lefties did let it all hang out. Sometimes you get a boring matchup, lefty-lefty. Exciting.
Not a whole lot of noise from Boston's corral at the moment.
Unfortunately, they can do the math too, and they don't like you know what it is. That knockout you know, created a sag. Two big knockouts for New York has created
round 14
that difference.
by split decision. from Boston, Steve Sumter. Fight fans, TCL will be returning to the 2300 Arena in Philadelphia for semifinal playoff action on Friday, August 15th. Get your tickets now at 2300arena.com. Round 15 at cruiserweight for NYC, Tessa Talley. For Boston, Michael Hilton.
So now, a 6-point lead for New York City. Michael Hilton for Boston, Tessa Talley in the white trunks for New York City as a pair of cruiserweights go at it in the 15th round. Talley debuted for New York on June 14th. He's been in every match since. And he fought Michael Hilton to a no contest in his debut.
So it's a matter of who can rise a little bit, find a little something more in this. You both know the tendency. Can you both be on? You've got 3 minutes to make your statement.
Lone round of the evening for both fighters.
Lone round of the evening, and even more is to the point that for them, looks like that will be no knockdown. Their final opportunity of the season if their team loses. So there's a lot of motivation there too.
That's a good point. Talley, 26 years of age, lives in Hollis, Queens. He operates with no fear here, Dave. Just keeps walking right into Michael Hilton.
Yeah, and especially if you could do it with a jab, you're better off. You get some points on the way in. There's been nothing discouraging him, as basically he's found that his opponent is loading up and looking for one big shot. The way Hilton has been fighting here, circling, you'd think he was protecting a 5-point lead.
It's the internal debate that is with a lot of TCL fighters at certain points throughout a season. If your team's down, again, this is the team concept, you have to make a move. There might be times that call for more aggression. If you do that, though, do you put yourself in danger, in precarious positions?
It is going to be, for a lot of fighters, a high-risk, high-reward scenario in which you could get stopped. On the flip side, if you have the capability and you think that you could be a power fighter, it might be worth the roll of the dice.
Whoa, Hilton wobbling, nearly going down. Referee close to calling it a knockdown as well, but Hilton staying on his feet.
That was 2 near knockdowns in this round.
Hilton looks like he's limping here.
How close was it? Left hook, right hand. That could have been called. Was there a glove on the canvas from that angle? That we're not sure. That was the determining factor. Tessie doing push-ups in the ring. Reminds me of when Bernard Hopkins did that up in Canada for the title fight. In the middle of the fight, there you go. Bernard did it, and he won that night. Will that hold true? Will the push-ups be a precursor?
The winner of round 15 via split decision from Boston, Michael Hilton.
Doesn't always work.
Oh, my goodness.
Our final middle round is brought to you by Event Ticket Center. Don't just watch it. Experience it live with Event Ticket Center. Our final middle round at heavyweight for NYC, Dimitro Bezos. For Boston, Michael Coffey.
I think Michael Hilton was the most surprised.
Yes, yes. You wouldn't do those push-ups if you thought it was a split or if it was close. Yeah, he was surprised. He was the aggressor throughout that contest. Maybe wondering what he has to do to win a fight if he doesn't get that.
All right, well, here we go. Final of the middle rounds, the 16th, Michael Coffey, Dimitro Bezos. Now, just a 5-point lead for New York City. Certainly a whole lot of work for Boston to do, but they have won the last 2 rounds. And they would certainly feel much better about themselves going into the money rounds with a 4-point deficit than they would a 6-point deficit.
This Boston team won the last 3 matchups of the launch rounds. And if they duplicated it, they would be in the hunt. It just really illustrates the impact of those 2 knockouts for New York. And Boston, that's been their team Achilles heel. Something that they'll probably address in the offseason. Because basically that means they've won more matches tonight, but they're losing.
If they're looking to make improvements for next season, if you're in the Boston area, the New England area, you have power, give them a call.
Yeah, there will be a job for you.
Bezos winless so far in Team Combat League. Debuted June 14th against Michael Coffey, and Coffey won it.
He just got drilled by Coffey, and all of a sudden, Boston, what happens if your big man delivers some TNT here? Where are you in this?
You are right back in it. Last 30 seconds of the 16th round. Boston trying to make it 3 wins in a row to close out the middle rounds. And Michael Coffey delivering some nice punishment. Borderline punch there. Not the borderline about that left uppercut. Michael Coffey finding some accuracy here in the 16th round.
And he's the one Boston fighter we've seen tonight really going for it, trying for a 10-8 or a 10-7. Here's Coffey making some of his best moves. The good uppercut, one of his best punches of the fight. And to the credit of Bezos, he stays up.
So we imagine Michael Coffey will get his hand raised. And Boston will have won 3 straight rounds to close out the middle rounds. Here we go.
Never happy it's a fighter that it takes them this long.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 16 by unanimous decision from Boston, Michael Coffey. That'll conclude the middle rounds.
Oh, the Boston Butchers, they take the final 3 rounds. Rounds 14, 15, and 16. The big dagger, though, here in the middle rounds. Taz Colon with a 10-7 stoppage win over Kino Luna in the 12th. And we're going to see if that lead will hold for New York City. Boston's keeping it relatively close. They'll go to the money rounds, trailing by 4. Could the momentum start to be shifting back toward the Butchers' favor? Come back and find out as the final 8 rounds are next. Team Boxing League is brought to you by Event Ticket Center. Don't just watch it, experience it live with Events Ticket Center. Tickets to the best seats in the house to all of your favorite events. Fans, visit a TCL Team Boxing League event in person. Just scan the QR code on your screen and purchase tickets to our next location. We are closing in on crowning a winner in Season 3 of TCL Team Boxing League at Mega Brawl 3. On August 15th, we return to 2300 Arena in Philadelphia for an action-packed doubleheader. On the line is who will move on to the championship and who will go home. The semifinals just around the corner. Get your tickets today. 152-148 is the score. New York City is in front of Boston, a team that didn't begin the postseason in the postseason. But here is New York City in the driver's seat as we approach the money rounds. What do they have to do to keep control of this head-to-head event? Because we feel Boston's climbing its way back into this.
One big bomb. Hasn't that been the theme? We talked about this at the beginning of the show, that Boston, the Peck team, the singles hitter, can win a lot of matches, but they don't have the power. What has happened? Boston has won more matches than New York, but New York with a big bomb in each, the launch and the middle rounds. And because of that explosion by the New York team, getting perhaps 7 points via the knockouts, depending on how you want to figure it, that's why they have this lead. So Boston has done a very good job hanging around, doing what they do, winning matches, and New York doing best what they do, winning a power shot now and then. And that is the backdrop.
Look, boxing is the theater of the unexpected. Anything can happen here, but it feels like New York City is one knockdown away from wrapping this bad boy up. So when you know that over the course of 8 rounds, or technically 6 rounds, we have some news for you, but when you know that over the course of a bunch of rounds coming up, it has to feel like it's within reach.
And also the anxiety. Are we ever going to put this team away? Remember, week 1. A 1-point loss for New York over Boston. Then they fight Boston again. Boston pulls away by a little bit. New York losing some other close ones and then winning an 18-point one against Los Angeles. So this is a team that says we're very good when we fight on the front end, and when it tightens up, maybe that's not the best thing for us. So they're one big shot away from finally putting Boston away. They've been trying to put Boston away since April. Hasn't happened yet.
All right, let's take a look back at the middle round highlights for you. Brought to you by the Balance of Nature. And we go to round 12. Biggest round of the night so far. Arguably the biggest moment of the postseason thus far. Because Taz Colon, as you see, he was getting battered along the ropes. But it was one hit that told the story.
One big shot. He's backing up, but he found leverage with it and delivered the shot heard around the world for New York, because that turned what may have been a 10-9 loss into a 10-7 victory for New York.
And then in round 14, a nicely competitive back-and-forth battle at 175 pounds between Steven Sumter and Isaac Carbonell. Sumter coming away with the split decision victory, and that began a 3-round stretch where Boston picked up the victories. So that brought them back into this. It trimmed what was a 6-point deficit into a 4-point deficit as we take a look at the money round fight cards. And yes, some news for you. Christina Cruz unable to compete in round number 17. So that round has been waived off. Taylor Robertson will be a 10-9 winner. And also left over from our earlier round in the launch round phase, we had Darius Jackson's stoppage over Michael Kimball. Obviously, Jackson gets the point there, so those points kind of offset one another. Now we have 6 rounds to determine a winner here.
And for New York, you're looking at it, we're up by 4 with 6 fights to go. We win 2, we're in. So one power shot or a couple victories. And for Boston, here's the pressure. Here's what we've been talking about. Can you go outside of your personality to do something for the team? This is going to be that test.
All right, let's take a look at our rounds to watch here in the money rounds. It is presented by the Whiskey and Wealth Club, and we zero in on the Ellises for Boston. Look, your team's trailing right now. You two have been the rocks all season long. This is when the Boston Butchers need Rashidi Ellis and Ronald Ellis at their most. But let's start off with round number 20. Rashidi Ellis, Ryan Pino. Already a rematch of an earlier round tonight. This is the time for Rashidi to continue to do, obviously, what he's been doing is boxing really well, but maybe find a way to put your opponent down.
This is the guy who I think has to take the chance for Boston. He was dominant in that first fight. He did everything he wanted. Well, guess what? It's the postseason. Put it all on the line. Go for it. Try to go outside yourself a little bit. Don't just be content with 1 point, and who knows where we'll be at that point in the contest, but that's the guy who's a very big candidate to try and do it for Boston.
Second round tonight for Ronald Ellis and Lasha Gurguliani. We saw Lasha come away victorious. Can Ronald Ellis offset that earlier round loss to Lasha?
Yeah, I think he can, because the first time, Lasha came at him, and Lasha is a feast or famine type fighter. He can score the knockdown against you, which is a bad thing if you're fighting aggressively and you get caught. But you can also catch him because he's a wide-open fighter. He brings it the big left hand. So for Boston, you're looking at that law firm of Ellis and Ellis, and they are brothers, too, to come in and come back and do it together. Remember, they're also celebrating fighting together on the same card. So there's a little extra motivation there, too. Brother and brother family. Let's do it.
All right, so the money rounds trimmed from 8 rounds to 6. You have Ronald and Rashidi Ellis both in action here in the money rounds. You also have Skylar Lacey coming up here for Boston. There is the scenario for Boston to come back and take this here in the money rounds despite a 4-point deficit. And obviously you have to add in the forfeit for Christina Cruz to award Taylor Robertson here. So the pieces are in place for the Butchers to make their mark and try to erase this deficit.
If they can do what they did exactly at the end of the launch rounds, where the big 3 got them into it. But you feel that if Boston's going to win, it will be Ellis or maybe the big man Skylar coming up with a bomb out of the sky, because this team needs something like that to answer the 2 New York knockouts.
So round 17 wiped out. Taylor Robertson victorious. Skylar Lacey due up next against Stanley Wright. That is round number 18. Back to 2300 Arena we go. Here's Ray Flores.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to begin the money round. rounds, NYC leads Boston 152 to 148. Round 17 will not take place. Christina Cruz unable to continue. Therefore, the winner of round 17, 10-9 for Boston is Taylor Robertson. Round 18 is brought to you by Climax Moonshine, fire number 32, known to bring the heat. Round 18 for NYC at heavyweight, Stanley Wright. He'll match up against Boston, Skylar Lacey.
It's a big moment here for Skylar Lacey. He can continue what has been a standout 2025 season with a mark of his own here against Stanley Wright. After the 17th round, having been waved off, Boston has won 4 straight rounds. Just a 3-point match here.
And somebody on this team still has to go for broke. And it could result in a stoppage for Boston or the fighter being stopped in that attempt. Because New York does have a point in its back pocket for a cancellation as well.
Yeah, that will happen in round number 19. Obviously, Darius Jackson, his stoppage over Michael Kimball. It rules out round 19. I mean, if you look at the fighters that are left, including Skylar Lacey, through the 24th round here for Boston. Lacey won. Rashidi and Ronald Ellis. Well, Rashidi won. Toka Khan won. Jaye Brown picked up the win. They're all still to come in action.
It's a very good squad for Boston and a good one for New York, too. Jackson still in the lineup for that team. And, Gugliani, Rakhmatullaev. So, I guess you still can't be scoreboard watching if you're New York. You still can't be doing the math. You have to come up with a couple of victories.
You wonder if they would sign for, at the minimum, 2 wins over these final 6 rounds.
Yeah, I think they would be happy to do that. Come out with a 2-point win.
Right hand by Lacey. It meets Wright, who is stumbling around near the ropes.
And if they get 1, I mean, if you do the math, we could end up in a draw, go to overtime. So New York is still very much in the driver's seat. But they haven't been able to put teams away. And this is another test for them to try and do that.
If you really want to look ahead here, barring that tie, if there is a way where Boston's able to come back and tie this up at the end of 24 rounds, the matchup that is in line to be the 25th round, it would not happen because that is a rematch of Taz Colon and Kino Luna. Luna's not going to be able to compete. You go to the next one, it would be Steven Sumter and Isaac Carbonell, and Sumter came away with a surprising victory.
A split, I think that was, yes. So there's a lot of parity between these teams, even inside most of the matchups. Just those 2 dominant efforts by New York has carried the day. And, Lacey may have done enough to get this down to 3 for Boston. And if you're Boston also, any surprises on the scorecards will be extremely detrimental.
4 straight rounds have been won by Boston.
18. Your winner by unanimous decision from Boston, NYC. Round 19 will be a 10-9 in favor of Darius Jackson. Michael Kimball of Boston unable to continue. Round 20 brought to you by Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of TCL. Round 20 at super welterweight for NYC, Ryan Pino. For Boston, Rashidi Ellis.
Well, here we go. Rashidi Ellis in the ring. His team down by 3 points. It is round number 20.
So this is one of these storylines in this fight playing out right now. Whether Ellis is able to do more than a 10-9. And he got the win in the first fight, but it was harder on the scorecards than appeared. So can't take anything for granted there either.
He's now 5-0 on the season against Ryan Pino. But you're right, that fifth win looked like it was hard to come by.
Yes, yes, it was a split. That's another thing with the warning. You cannot afford to have the referee take a point. And anything like that could destroy your season.
Overhand right attempt by Rashidi Ellis.
Trying to play both sides of the coin here. Stay on the outside where you don't get hit, and then try to land a right-hand bomb behind the jab. Because Pino has a pretty good right hand himself.
Well, this is a test of speed. Rashidi Ellis showcasing the speed. Pino, after being in the ring with Ellis 5 previous times, it looks like he has the timing of Ellis down here in round number 20.
And his right hand is right there behind the jab. He's seen it. And he can fight a little bit more loosely as well. You know, we get one win we're not expected to get, and this whole team thing is ours tonight.
And that's another route you can go. You almost say to yourself, yeah, I've seen what Rashidi Ellis can do. I've tasted his punches. You take the risk there of being more aggressive against a puncher like Rashidi Ellis, who doesn't have any stoppages on his resume.
Yeah, I've got nothing to lose. Go for it. Thing is, in the last minute, while he's got that option in front of him, this is the hand speed of Ellis is punctuating good performance by him. So what happens with Ellis, he pops 5 shots to your face, different speeds. Now he stops for a second, and you have to think, where am I going to go next? Where will the next 3-punch combination come from? And as a result, you can't get into the power attack against him, and there's a reason why Ellis is one of the top fighters in the league.
Rashidi looks like he has done enough to improve to 6-0 against Ryan Pino in 2025. And if he does, it'll be a 2-point match.
Here's how Ellis is trying to do it on the outside, not getting hit. I talked about him playing both sides of the coin. Throw some hand speed on the outside, a shoulder roll, don't get hit, and just try to win by the accumulation of shots. And it looked like he did. But in light of all the splits, we've learned not to speak too soon.
TCL fans, your winner of round 20 by split decision. From Boston, Rashidi Ellis.
Two splits in one night for him.
Round 21 will be at super middleweight. For NYC, Lasha Gurgliani. He'll meet Boston's Ronald Ellis. The score, NYC 189, Boston 187.
Lasha Gurgliani, who's enjoyed a fantastic 2025 season. He's in his most important round thus far here in the quarterfinals of the TCL postseason. Already with a victory against Ronald Ellis tonight, a split decision win in round 13. If he can supply another victory here and give New York City just a little bit more breathing room, it could mean a whole lot in the final outcome of this match.
Well, we talked about in the middle rounds how all the pressure was on the Boston fighters. Here's one where the pressure settles back to the New York fighter, because Gurgliani is seeing his team watch a 7-point lead go down to 2. Not many fights left, and also he's been the guy that has delivered knockdowns in critical spots for them when they have won. And there may not be a more critical spot for him right now in this season than right here.
Ronald Ellis has watched his team take 6 of the last 7 rounds. He wants to engage with Lasha Gurgliani. You can make the argument Gurgliani is doing the smart thing, because we've seen him be effective from range.
Yeah, good outside work. He's got a good, powerful left hand, which he's been able to drop on fighters and score knockdowns. This is huge for the atmosphere in the building. How Boston has come so far back that they're right on the verge. And if you're New York and you don't get this one, might you be thinking, is this happening again? We can't close out.
Following this round, the 21st, Deontay Brown and Sherbek Rakhmatullaev will meet up. Rakhmatullaev lost to Toka Khan. Khan will take on Ryan Zempel Teke in the 23rd round, who beat Deontay Brown. So those 4 135-pounders, they are flip-flopping opponents.
And just like they look evenly matched, that's all part of the scenario, these two teams being evenly matched. And this is a very big call coming up by the judges in this fight. I lean Gurgliani. We'll see.
This would be a massive win for New York City to keep the advantage, bump it back up to 3 if they can get a decision for Lasha Gurgliani.
Good move there by Gurgliani. That was fairly early on. Jabbing and firing some power shots.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 21 by split decision. From NYC, Lasha Gurgliani. Our next round is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. At lightweight for NYC, Sherbek Rakhmatullaev. For Boston, Deontay Brown.
Sherbek Rakhmatullaev.
The battle of the lefties and how big this is. And again, the fighters so far giving you a glimpse into how split decisions happen. Both lefties, both playing the waiting game.
Rakhmatullaev trying to be first here.
Pressure shifts back to Boston now with no room for error. Rakhmatullaev trying to get in. Now here we are with just a handful of fights remaining, and again, Boston no knockdowns, no 10-8s.
If you are looking back at head-to-head history between these two TCL veterans, Brown has 2 victories over Rakhmatullaev this season. He's 3-1 against Sherbek all time. A 4th win would arguably be the biggest. Rakhmatullaev, though, doesn't want to have any of it.
Yeah, he's coming in first. He's getting off first, trying to land the more powerful shots. That was an effective jab, even though it missed, because it shifted his opponent and made Brown go back.
Well, barring the last 45 seconds or so in a round that hasn't had too much action, the aggressiveness or perhaps the urgency of Rakhmatullaev trying to be first here against Deontay Brown, that might be the difference in the eyes of the judges.
Very well could. The perception of aggression. If it's, they reward aggression. If you don't get in, they only reward your opponent if they decide it's ineffective. And even the aggressive tactics that have not resulted in punches landed has forced Brown to go back and then not be able to launch anything because he has to reset. Brown has been in retreat mode for a good portion of this fight.
Well, in a night full of split decisions, we could be coming up on another one here. And a lot of fans in both corrals inside 2300 Arena will wait with bated breath on this one.
Yeah, another big call, because if New York goes up 4, with Boston not having shown any knockout capabilities, it's a big call if New York gets it.
TCL fans, the winner of round 22 by unanimous decision. From NYC, Sherbek Rakhmatullaev. Fight fans, TCL will be returning to the 2300 Arena here in Philadelphia for semifinal playoff action on Friday, August 15th. Get your tickets now at 2300arena.com. Our penultimate round in the money rounds for NYC at lightweight, Ryan Zemboteke. He'll meet Boston's Toka Khan.
Well, in a streaky regular season, Sherbek Rakhmatullaev comes away with a massive victory for New York City. Now it is a 4-point swing, 2 rounds to go, and here in the ring right now, 2 lightweight contenders, both victorious in their prior rounds against different opponents. They meet in the ring here, Toka Khan and Zemboteke.
So for Zemboteke and Estella to close it out for New York, on the math scenario, it's just stay on your feet. But the fighters don't always carry that mentality into there, like I'm going to try and survive. They're still going in there to win first. and just try not to be too risky. Two of the veterans for New York are fighting now, and that's a good spot for this team to be in.
Yeah, Zepelteke is a veteran. He's had 2 full seasons of TCL action under his belt. Yeah, he's still only 20 years old. Toka Khan, he's over 30. He has been in the ring with world champions. He's a 29-4 record in regular boxing. Can he be more aggressive in these moments against the 20-year-old?
And nothing to lose now.
Might have to.
Your team needs it. And what's the difference if you get dropped along the way? Your team is in a tough spot in the scorecard anyway, so try to go out with a flourish.
That is the mindset that needs to take over here for Toka Khan and Jaye Brown in the on-deck circle. There might not be tomorrow if you continue to just try and box your way to a round victory. But how about this? New York City is less than 6 minutes away from punching its ticket to the semifinals.
And this is a team that all year long underperformed in the standings based on their perceived talent level.
Final 35 seconds to go.
For New York, as they're really parlaying there, you know, it's all bonus time. You got an administrative entry into the playoffs, and then you've come up big tonight.
Khan with a big right hand that connects. He doesn't want to leave this in the eyes of the judges. This has been a close round for Zepelteke. Like you mentioned, as long as he comes out of the round remaining on his feet, it's a win in and of itself.
Yeah, because that will either be looking at 5 or we'll be looking at 3 with a must knockout for Boston. If he wins it, then he makes all the math disappear.
The question for Toka Khan at this moment, did he do enough to win via decision?
Can he make the next round necessary?
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 23 by unanimous decision from Boston, Toka Khan.
There is still a chance.
Our final money round is brought to you by Event Ticket Center. Don't just watch it, experience it live with Event Ticket Center. Round 24 at middleweight for NYC, Giovanni Estella. For Boston, Jaye Brown.
Jaye Brown must put down his opponent Giovanni Estella and get a stoppage in order to prolong Boston's season. 3-point lead for New York City as we enter round number 24.
Jaye Brown, who came in here 11-2. Now they want something dramatic from him, and that's what it's all about. Boston, more than any other team in this league, has been penalized for the lack of knockouts. Because this is a team that actually has won more rounds tonight. But without the big bopper, yeah, we talked about it at the top of the show, and it has played out all the way to that extent in which you're looking at this and you're Boston saying if just one fighter had delivered a KO for us in here, now we're even.
Well, it has been a season in which they have outboxed a lot of opponents round over round. They have not put up the extra points. So for Jaye Brown, it's about doing something that rarely has happened in 2025 for Boston.
And you know, the guys that we thought could do it were going to be Ellis's or Skylar Lacey, who has the big punch potential. And so they're a good team who, and maybe if they have to find, I'd say maybe three fighters that they think can deliver multiple points to take that next level next year. And J.A. Brown, for his part, at least seems to understand all the arithmetic. He's going and pressing forward and trying to do something which just hasn't come naturally.
Quality right hand lands from J.A. Brown, and for Giovanni Estella, you've dropped 3 rounds to Brown here in 2025. But like you mentioned, the fighter's going for it. It often leads to shots that the opponent does see coming.
Yes, yeah, that's what happens with the risk and reward.
And when you see them, they're not as effective.
No, and also, when both fighters know that somebody needs a knockout, it is a rare occurrence that knockout happens.
35 seconds to go. And that's all that stands in the way of New York City moving on to the semifinals. From the outside looking in and being the final team included in the TCL Team Boxing League playoffs, New York City is going to play for a chance to return to the Mega Brawl. The Season 1 champions with a massive quarterfinal upset over the Boston Bruins. How about the attitude tonight at 2300 Arena?
Yeah, they finally get it done against Boston, a team that has been a nemesis for them all year long, and they had to climb over Boston to get back to be among the final 4. J.A. Brown did everything he could to try and come up with the big power shot, and it wasn't there.
It's likely that he'll get his hand raised, but that'll be the last Boston Butcher we'll see in the TCL ring in 2025.
Amazing that it played out all the way exactly along that lineup for Boston. This is a very good team that outboxed its opponents and wins more rounds than it loses.
Fight fans, the winner of round 24 by unanimous decision from Boston, J.A. Brown. Your final score, and advancing to the semifinals of the Season 3 TCL playoffs, it is the NYC Attitude as they defeat the Boston Butchers 227 to 225. NYC will meet Las Vegas in one half of our semifinal matchup on Friday, August 15th. Also, Philadelphia will collide against Phoenix in the second half of our semifinal. That on Friday, August 15th.
227-225. New York City has ended Boston's season with a quarterfinals upset. They will head to the TCL Team Boxing League semifinals. The Attitude finally pick off Boston in 2025. The third meeting is the charm for New York City. The Season 1 Mega Brawl champs are moving on in the playoffs. We'll be back to wrap it up after this. TCL Team Boxing League is brought to you by Climax Moonshine Fire number 32. A drink not only made to tingle your senses with hot cinnamon flavor, but also made to pay tribute to firefighters all across America. This drink will put a kick in your step with its bold, hot smoothness. New York City with the quarterfinals upset, 227-225. Let's take a look at our Fire number 32 KO of the night.
Boy, and might does make right. Just as Boston was trying to mount a charge and in the middle of doing a good job of winning the fight, boom, one shot by Taz, and this is all over essentially. New York wins it here, even though it's the middle rounds. Boston would come storming back, but the knockout of the night was the moment of the night. One punch when you're backing up.
The lead would stick. Let's go back inside the ring with Ray Flores.
Philadelphia, our round of the night is round 13 between Lucha Gurgliani and Ronald Ellis. Our number 3 star of the night, Boston middleweight, Jaya Brown. Our number 2 star of the night, NYC welterweight, Darius Jackson. And our number 1 star of the night from the NYC Attitude, welterweight, Lionel Colonna Santana.
Darius, I have to say, did it surprise you when that first shot connected with Kimball and then he went down? Because you looked sharp, you looked composed going into that round. What was going through your mind when that landed?
I mean, I had a game plan, so I just pretty much stuck to it since the start. And you could ask everybody on the team, what was my main thought going into that ring? I was going to get that knockout. I wasn't leaving out the ring without it. So
100%, and just being hungry for having that opportunity, because originally you guys weren't planning on being into the quarterfinals now. So just having that set up and then moving into that, it looked like, to me, you saw that you had dropped him and you just pressed on the gas and you were like, I mean, is that accurate? You looked like you really were
Absolutely.
just like, let's finish it out.
I mean, once you see a prey is hurt, what the Hawk is going to come do? I'm going to come get him. I'm that predator. Hawk time, let's go.
Solid performance. Like I said, you looked very, very clean. It was a great round for you.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
So, let's talk about, you got fight of the night, number 1 star. That was a crazy round. You were down on the card. I mean, it looked like it was going to be a unanimous win for Pino, and then out of nowhere, and the power that came from that punch, you were literally stepping back, and the power that connected. Let me tell you, I've trained with Pino for a long time. He's tough. I have never seen that happen before. Yeah. Where did that power come from?
I mean, I was connecting punches the whole time. I knew that straight was connecting the whole fight. I felt that I was dominating the fight, and that step back, and I threw that right, and I felt it. I felt it did damage, and I saw him drop to the floor, and I knew it was over.
Just a very well-connected punch. Yeah. And it seemed like, again, it seemed like you were down on the card through that whole round, trying to figure it out, and then all of a sudden it just happened for you.
It did. I was figuring it out. I knew that the straight was hitting in all the night, so that it was a surprise, because I stepped back, I'd hit him, and I knew, I felt it in my punch, that it was powerful and it did damage, so I knew it was over at the time that I hit it. So it was a perfect punch. It was calculated, because I knew it was coming, so it was the perfect punch.
I mean, it was your performance tonight is what helped secure the win for your team tonight, so be proud of yourself that that Boston won more rounds, and because of that performance, you were able to help your team secure that win tonight. So props go up to you, my friend. Yeah, excellent performance tonight.
Appreciate it.
All right, baby. Coach, oh my goodness. The comeback Cinderella story of a lifetime. You guys weren't even supposed to be here. Got a late notice call All of a sudden you're here. Now you're going to the semifinals.
Let me tell you something. To me, this was our TCL final. I mean, Boston, New York is the rivalry. That team is great. To me, they're if they're not the best team, they're the second best team in the league. Mark Vergara and Pat and those guys, they got a fantastic team. You know, I was nervous the whole time going in there. They beat us twice already. We went into that third fight like do or die. We had nothing to lose. I mean, we weren't supposed to be here, so we just went for it, and we eked it out by 1, 2 points, whatever it was. It could have gone either way. One decision there, one decision the other way, but we know how it works, and God, thank you.
I know you're thrilled. I really, I'm sitting ringside, I'm watching the fights go by, and I'm like, this is gonna go to overtime. You guys are literally, in my gut, I was like, this is gonna go to overtime. You guys are gonna have to throw in another round.
I did not want overtime. I wanted nothing else. When I watch a Yankee versus Boston game, what I want is a blowout. I don't like 3 threes into the 9th inning, and then somebody wins by 1. I get too anxious. So I like 12-0 blowouts. So that last round with Giovanni, I had my eyes closed half the time. I was like, please just get through this round, baby. Get through this round. But we did. We got it. And hats off to Boston. They're a great team, and they're all gentlemen, and everybody on that team is fantastic.
Wonderful. Any quick thoughts for the semifinals as you approach them?
I don't know who we're fighting next, but we're going to do the same thing we did here. We're just going for it.
Fair enough. Enjoy your night. Good job, NYC. Solid work, Boston. Let's wrap it up, y'all.
Thank you so much, Amelia. And good news for Ryan O'Leary. We have those answers for the head coach of NYC. An important change that we have to tell you about regarding the upcoming semifinals, again, taking place August 15th back in Philadelphia. The matchups now being reseeded. So the teams are being reseeded, and New York City will face the top seed in Las Vegas. That means Philadelphia will clash with Phoenix. But the story right now, New York City pulls off the upset, and you heard Ryan O'Leary talk about it. This was our final. The rivalry is Boston. He doesn't like pitcher duels either. He got a couple of home run hitters tonight.
It has to be 12-0. And base what? That is exactly what happened for this team with the 2 home run hitters. Those 2 fights, Jackson and Cologne Santana, gave this team the victory. They were outboxed in terms of total rounds, but if you have the power strategically placed, and the one for Santana, that's really a 4-point turnaround. He found the magic of that punch against the ropes. And, you know, we talked about earlier, somebody's going to go up and do something. Someone's going to come out of nowhere to decide this match, and I would say that that person has to be Santana.
It's that one hit quit that lands for Taz Cologne. You talked about it. He talked about it with Amelia. The punch, it feels so good. It was a punch that he was looking for the entire round, and when it lands flush, it is like hitting a home run with the baseball bat. You don't even feel it half the time. Leave your bat. That punch was flush on the chin against Luna. He put a tough contender down. It was one hit quit, like we mentioned, and when you have a punch like that, it has to be the most sensational feeling for a boxer.
And not only that, the sensational feeling, but to do it late in the fight like that, I mean, he's losing this fight. This team is about to lose a point to Boston. It's late in the match. When does it ever happen like that exactly the way you want? You can dream it up, but how often are you going to get a situation where you're against the ropes and the guy just walks in, the situation just sets itself up, and you execute it perfectly, all in one shot? It had to be perfect. It was, and that's why we have the result that we do.
So New York City will go to the semifinals, and because of that, we're definitely going to get at least one more opportunity to watch Stacia Suttles do her thing. She is standing by with Amelia Moore as she and her team are headed to the semis. Amelia?
Hey guys, so I'm sitting here with Stacia Suttles, and you didn't get to fight tonight. Absolute bummer. There was a weight discrepancy with opponent being too light. Yeah. Kind of a major disappointment. Yeah. Can you speak on that?
Yeah, so my opponent she weighed in 7 pounds under the weight class. And so I was in the weight class. And so the commission said that no fight. Super disappointing because I wanted to come here and just show up for my team and just do my best so that we can win those points and, make it into the semifinals. I'm so blessed that we did make it into the semifinals, but super disappointed that I wasn't able to show up for my team. But I was a coach today, so that's all that matters.
And just, I mean, any emotion that you feel, the fact that you guys again, team wasn't supposed to be here, last minute call, all of a sudden now you get to go into the semifinals.
Yeah, it's kind of like a Cinderella moment. It feels amazing, like overjoyed. You know, we lost to Boston 2 times this season. The first fight was 1 point. The second fight was close as well. So this third fight is like third time's the charm, and we finally pulled it out, and we're happy about it.
And like just being able to move into the semifinals right now, you're up for MVP, which I do believe is very well deserved. I think that the fights that they have lost, you've continued to rack up points. So with that, being able to actually just perform again and just all your performances throughout this year, as you know, how does it feel to be nominated?
Yeah.
This is your pro season just started this year, the fall of last year.
Yeah. Well, first off, thank you. Yeah, I mean, just coming into this, I just wanted to have fun and just continue to improve, and I've been able to do that, but then also just show that I am, like, I'm that girl at 140 pounds, and I'm just going to continue to do my thing. You know, I stopped, or I broke the girl's nose that was a fighter of the tournament last year.
Baby, we'll fight.
Right here. You know, I knocked out one of the top girls at 140, you know, and I just continue to do my best at 140 pounds, and I'm showing that I am that girl.
You've had a great season. We'll see you in the semifinals.
Yes.
And let's wrap it up, guys. Send it back to Justin in the studio.
Thanks so much, Amelia. Let's take a look at the money round highlights presented by the Balance of Nature. Round number 20. Going into that one, it was a 3-point edge for New York City. Rashidi Ellis made it a bit tighter.
Yeah, this is when Boston gets to start to think that maybe we're going to sneak up and catch New York at the wire. A split decision for Ellis, and Boston is still going on. But Lasha Gugliani for New York says, nah.
This was as big of a round here in round number 21 and round number 22 as well. Rakhmatullaev rising to the occasion. He and Lasha Gugliani doing what needed to happen for New York City to become victorious, hold off Boston. And New York City, the season 1 champs, they're going back to the semifinals. Big time quarterfinal upset over Boston, 227-225, the final. Join us on August 15th for the TCL semifinals. For our entire crew, I'm Justin Shackle. Have a great night.